Chapter 1099. This was a different kind of soul-refining power, but the two came from the same source. Qin Yu was able to determine this just by sensing its aura. And at the same time, he discovered that he could once again feel that subtle connection with the nightmare ancestral land. But this time, the medium was the Nine Nether Temple he was in. As he thought, this temple was the same as the Nine Nether Pagoda. There was a subtle connection between it and the nightmare ancestral land. However, the connection between the Nine Nether Temple and the nightmare ancestral land was much weaker. Qin Yu could also sense this. Enter the temple and accept the bloodline potential test. A deep voice sounded out from outside the temple. One after another, the young descendants of the previous king entered the main hall in a single file. There were exactly 100 of them, not too many and not too few. In the center of the Nine Nether Temple, a halo of light appeared. The edges constantly twisted and changed, but it didn't have a fixed shape. It was like a burning flame. It was in an almost colorless, translucent state. After the devils entered it, they would show different colors according to their bloodline potential. And by borrowing the strength of the ancestral land, the bloodline potential test had two unique characteristics that couldn't be faked. Any member of the nightmare ancestral land would only be able to cause the strength of the ancestral land to change and display their potential the first time they took this test. It was because of this that the bloodline potential test had some credibility. Everyone who had been invited here today thought that the old king's bloodline wanted to use this chance to dispel the unfavorable rumors of the outside world. In truth, this was part of the reason. But the main reason was because the second plan that he had carefully prepared had also failed. Yun Wuya couldn't figure out how Qin Yu had been able to dodge the strike that he thought would kill him. But the truth was that this was the case. The questioning of the four witches had ended and the conclusion overturned his previous worries. Qin Yu's body was very healthy, or it was more accurate to say that he was abnormally healthy. But for some unknown reason, Qin Yu had resisted the temptation of the four witches. He hadn't transformed into a demon and done what he loved to do. Yun Wuya couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. It was good that there wasn't a problem with his body, otherwise that would have been a major problem. Luckily, a mature and wise great figure wouldn't only prepare two trivial choices for himself. So, he still had a third plan. It was impossible for Qin Yu to dodge, of course, in the abyss. There was no absolute certainty. If he really did dodge, Yun Wuya grinned at Qin Yu, his smile incomparably brilliant. His deep and limitless eyes shined with a bright light. Heh, if it really comes to that, then it is you who asked for it. Perhaps I can only use some special method. Qin Yu was startled by this smile and felt his face stiffen. He nodded in return and hurriedly picked up his wine cup to hide it. This old thing was up to no good. Just this smile alone was definitely rich in meaning. What does he want to do? What should I do? Qin Yu was a little flustered. Of course, this wasn't because he was scared or because he didn't have the guts. It was because in this situation, anyone would be the same if they were targeted by Yun Wuya. Unless they shed all pretenses of cordiality and went their separate ways. No, I'll endure it for now. Impulsiveness is the devil. I'll wait and see. What if there's still a chance? He took several deep breaths and barely managed to calm his mind. But even though he was calm on the surface, it was hard for him to arouse any interest in the bloodline potential test of the old king's descendants. Moreover, he didn't understand much about bloodline strength or anything like that. He could only look at the expressions of the people in the hall and hear the low shout. It seemed their performance was quite amazing. This caused Yun Wuya to smile. He felt that this was a great honor. Although this was only a side benefit, it could still be considered as winning face for the old king's bloodline. To be honest, the result today was even better than what he had imagined. The last descendant of the old king finished his test. The 100 people respectfully bowed. Yun Wuya said a few words and then ordered people to bring them away. He couldn't hide the smile on his face. He cupped his hands together and said, "Haha, what a bunch of good-for-nothing juniors. I've made everyone laugh." These words were just too hypocritical. You call this good-for-nothing? If you were a bit more good-for-nothing, you'd be grinning all the way to the back of your ears. His heart ached and he turned this disrespectful thought, but that was all he could do. Let alone say it out loud, he didn't even dare to show it. Moreover, he had to rush forward and flatter the patriarch in all sorts of ways. For a time, all sorts of flattery flew out. It was an unbearably sour smell. Qin Yu's lips twitched. In truth, he never thought he would see a scene like this after entering the abyss. The abyssal races could actually do this? This was far, far different from what he had envisioned before entering the abyss. Although the abyssal demon races were also cruel and bloodthirsty, even cannibalizing people to cultivate, they were still generally orderly. Compared to the world of the living, there wasn't much difference. In fact, from what Qin Yu could see, the world of the living was even colder and crueler than the abyss in some aspects. As his mind was racing and his mind was filled with all sorts of thoughts, trying to distract his restless mind, Yun Wuya clapped his hands. A pitch-black stone tablet made of an unknown material was carried in from outside. Within 9 Nether Temple, the eyes of the invited demons began to brighten. Some of them even flushed red, revealing excitement that was difficult to conceal. To bear witness to the bloodline of the old king and the bloodline potential test of his descendants wasn't just for show. This stone tablet was the key. The demons that had been invited to bear witness to today's event would leave their fingerprints on the stone tablet. This would serve as a witness, something similar to a signature, indicating that they acknowledged the results of the test. At the same time, this was also a great honor. It had been mentioned before that not everyone had something like an ancestral land. Even if someone did, looking through the entire abyss, just how many could compare to the nightmare ancestral land? To be able to leave their fingerprints on the test results, just who had the qualifications to do so? Something like being pretentious could only be sensed, not explained. Yun Wuya's eyes swept over the audience. He laughed and stood up. "I will not pass on this responsibility. As the host of today's banquet, I will be the first to leave my fingerprint." Everyone hurriedly nodded in agreement. They watched as he stood up, walked to the stone tablet, and was the first to leave his fingerprint. Of course, this scene seemed easy and Yun Wuya was extremely relaxed. But to truly leave a fingerprint on a stone tablet was not a simple matter. In other words, if one wasn't strong enough and placed a stone tablet in front of them, the final result would be to humiliate themselves. Yun Wuya drew back his hand and turned around. He gestured with his hand. "Everyone here is an honored guest, so it is difficult to distinguish who comes first. So, please do it together." Hearing these words, everyone felt comfortable. Although leaving a fingerprint was leaving a fingerprint, if they really had to do it in order of priority, then even if they didn't say it out loud, they would still feel a knot in their hearts. Those at the front were worried that they would be hated by others, and those at the back were worried that they would lose face. In short, this was a perfect decision. "Everyone, the patriarch has spoken, so there is no need for us to be polite. Let's do it together. Let's go." To be able to leave a fingerprint on today's stone tablet is enough for me to brag about for many years to come. I must also thank the patriarch for giving us this chance today. Qin Yu rubbed his chin. Was it going to end like this? He felt that things wouldn't be so simple. But as he watched the demons rush over one after another, happily leaving behind a fingerprint and then leaving in satisfaction, it seemed everything was normal. Could he be thinking too much? Yun Wuya suddenly turned his head. The corners of his lips curved up in a smile. "Little friend Qin Yu, everyone has left a fingerprint, so why aren't you going? Or do you have a different view of today's test?" Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He smiled and stood up. "Patriarch must be joking. To be able to leave a fingerprint on the stone tablet is my honor. Don't even think about it. It was just leaving a fingerprint. In front of everyone's eyes, could the old king's bloodline do anything? He walked in front of the stone tablet and chose an empty spot. Then, he casually pressed down. He didn't use too much strength, only leaving behind a clear fingerprint. Then, he prepared to withdraw his hand. But at this time, an icy cold aura suddenly pierced into his fingertip. Then, with a whoosh, it shrank back. A gloomy light flashed in Qin Yu's eyes. He slowly drew back his hand. He focused his mind and didn't sense anything wrong. But that feeling just now, he looked up at Yun Wuya and slowly said, I suddenly remember that there are some matters I need to seriously discuss with the Patriarch. After all, strictly speaking, Qin Yu didn't think that he had suffered a loss. But not now, who knew what that icy cold aura was? Although Qin Yu hadn't sensed anything wrong, that clearly didn't mean that there was no problem. In this aspect, it was never too much to be cautious. Otherwise, who knew when he would be plotted against by someone and he wouldn't even know how he died. So, Qin Yu didn't plan on enduring this matter any longer. If Yun Wuya couldn't give him a satisfactory explanation, sometimes cooperation wasn't necessary. Both parties had a close relationship. Threatening and coercing were probably synonyms. In short, they were both suitable in this situation. Qin Yu felt that he still had a second path to take. Of course, this path wasn't easy to walk, and he needed to be strong enough. Otherwise, before he could walk this path, someone would slap him and smash him to the ground. That would be a tragedy. Qin Yu didn't think that he had the strength to contend against the ancient king's bloodline. Even if he could summon his Titan true body, he also didn't think that he would be casually slapped to death. Yun Wuya's eyes revealed a trace of surprise, and then some admiration. Everyone had a little bit of courage. But facing him, it was rare and commendable that Qin Yu could still erupt with it, although Qin Yu did have some confidence. But to be honest, in Yun Wuya's eyes, what he was seeing really wasn't much. So, this old thing appeared very relaxed. He didn't have the slightest uneasiness of being discovered and vaguely warning him. All right, I also hope that I can talk to little friend Qin Yu. He flicked his sleeves and didn't let anyone do anything. After a demonic flash, he put away the stone tablet and then loudly ordered, Let's start the banquet, I'm a little hungry. Let's drink to our heart's content today. Eating and drinking to one's heart's content was impossible. Everyone knew the basic process of this kind of banquet. The important matters were over. After eating and drinking, everyone could go back to their own homes and find their mothers. Overall, everyone was satisfied with today's blue tile courtyard banquet. Leaving a mark on the stone tablet was an unexpected pleasant surprise. Moreover, the ancient king's bloodline didn't try to make everyone express any sort of attitude. Of course, they had to get rid of those women who had expressions of unwillingness and resentment in their eyes as they were taken away. They had come here for nothing, and yet they didn't see the person they missed. The bitterness and helplessness in their hearts were so thick that they wanted to spill out. In Nine Nether Palace, the excitement soon died down. Qin Yu stood up and was about to speak when Yun Wuya quickly waved his hand, trying to escape. Although he knew that this was definitely an excuse, Yun Wuya had shamelessly said it. Qin Yu didn't want to immediately tear apart any pretense of cordiality, so he could only gloomily agree. He took a deep breath and glanced at Old Fox and He Tiangang. The master and servant trio immediately released a cold aura that didn't allow anyone to approach them. Chapter 1100. After Yun Wuya used the invincible great art shit and piss escape and left Nine Nether Temple, his expression was tranquil once more. But his feet didn't stop. Soon, he arrived outside a heavily guarded courtyard. Greetings, Patriarch. The demon guards outside the courtyard bowed. Yun Wuya nodded. Without hesitation, he pushed open the door and walked in. At the same time, he stepped forwards and invisible fluctuations immediately covered the entire courtyard. Together with the demonic array formation that he had laid down before, they completely isolated the outside world. It wasn't that he didn't have confidence in the defenses of Blue Tile Courtyard, but that what was about to happen was far too important. No matter how careful he was otherwise, the seemingly powerful old king's bloodline would instantly collapse. With a flick of his sleeves, demonic light surged and the stone tablet he had put away in 9 Nether Temple flew out and fell to the ground. Looking at the finger mark left behind by Qin Yu, even with Yun Wuya's shrewdness, he felt his mouth go dry. He took a deep breath and said, "Now, let's give it a try." With a creaking sound, the door opened from within and a slender figure walked out. When Myanya saw Qin Yu dressed up, she blushed and her heart raced. He was truly incomparably handsome. But compared to this young demon in front of her, in terms of handsomeness, he was 1 or 2 levels lower. He was like someone who had walked out from a painting, completely in line with all the beautiful imaginations. If this was it, then that was fine. After all, the abyss was endless. To be born with such a good appearance could only be considered good luck. And what was even more irresistible was the aura that surrounded him. It was noble and cold, as if he were the beloved son of the gods. Simply speaking, it was far from enough to describe him as handsome to the point that his legs couldn't close. Of course, this was referring to women. Well, that wasn't necessarily true. But with his appearance, it wasn't impossible to turn him gay. In short, his handsomeness was enough to make the heavens angry. The young demon walked into the courtyard and bowed. "Greetings, Patriarch." Yun Wuya nodded, not speaking. But there was a bit more nervousness in his eyes. The young demon stood up. He looked at the stone tablet on the ground, hesitation in his eyes. Then, he reached out a hand and slowly tapped it. Without needing a reminder, he could already feel that familiar aura within the stone tablet. His fingertips slowly pressed down, falling onto the finger mark that Qin Yu had left behind. In the next moment, light appeared, spreading outwards like a tide. In the blink of an eye, the entire steel was engulfed. It was like a lamp that had been lit up in the dark night. It illuminated the young demon's face, allowing all the emotional changes to be clearly displayed. After a slight blush, there was a hint of relaxation, and then there was nervousness. It was definitely not just a little. It could be seen from his slightly stiff body. "Ha ha ha ha!" Yun Wuya laughed heartily as he paced back and forth on the spot, constantly waving his hands in the air. He had entered an extremely excited state. I knew that the late king would definitely protect us. How could he just watch as the bloodline of his descendants gradually withered away into a corner? His eyes grew brighter and brighter as he stared at the glowing stone tablet. The heat in his eyes almost turned into burning flames. He drew back his hand and the light on the stone tablet dimmed. The young demon sucked in a deep breath. "Patriarch, I am a little tired. I will go and rest first." Yun Wuya steadied his thoughts. He coughed and said, "I know that you have no experience in matters like this, so it is inevitable that you will be flustered. Moreover, you will also have to deal with the change in your status. But this involves the future of my race and there cannot be any mistake. So, even if I don't say too much, you should be able to understand, right?" The young demon lightly said, "Since I have informed my race of this matter, I have already made the necessary preparations." Cough cough. Yun Wuya dryly laughed. "Although it isn't appropriate for me to say such things with my status, it is indeed time for you to make some contact with Qin Yu. After all, it is not easy for royal bloodlines to fuse together." The young demon fell silent. He knew that the patriarch was right, but he took a deep breath and slowly nodded. "I ask Patriarch to go first. I will follow shortly." Yun Wuya nodded with satisfaction. With a flick of his sleeves, he put away the stone tablet and hurried away. Just now, he hadn't determined Qin Yu's identity. If his attitude was good or bad, it was fine as long as he could deal with it. But now, the situation had changed. He had to be careful lest he provoke that boy. Now, to the old king's bloodline, Qin Yu was a treasure that no amount of gold could exchange for. So, he had to bring this stone tablet back to him. Otherwise, Yun Wuya really worried that Qin Yu wouldn't be able to resist flipping over the table. That wouldn't be good. Qin Yu had imagined countless possibilities, and had even prepared himself to face the worst-case scenario. But things always progressed beyond his expectations. Yun Wuya didn't need Qin Yu to say anything. He simply smiled and took out the stone tablet, saying that Qin Yu could deal with it as he pleased. What sort of operation was this? Moreover, if the other demons who attended the banquet were to learn of this matter, just what sort of expressions would they have? They viewed this as an honor and treated it with the utmost sincerity. They had even left their fingerprints on this stone tablet, and yet you casually gave it away to someone else? Just where did you place us? Although he was puzzled, his movements didn't slow down at all. As Qin Yu took the stone tablet, he sensed a trace of his own aura. With a thought, this aura vanished from sight. Qin Yu relaxed a little. His face trembled several times before he revealed a light smile. The abyss is dangerous and dangerous, so I have no choice but to be cautious. I ask Patriarch to forgive me for my lack of manners. Yun Wuya smiled brightly and said with a sincere expression, "It was our lack of preparation that led to this accident. I'm glad that you don't blame us, little friend Qin Yu." Inadequate preparation? Accident? Hee, I don't believe you. You rotten old man, you're definitely very bad. I'm afraid this could have been. You were the one who meticulously designed me to fall into your trap unknowingly. Although Qin Yu had already dispelled the aura from the stone tablet, his intuition told him that the old man across from him had definitely done something. However, from the looks of it now, the other party had obtained a trace of his aura and did not seem to have any ill intentions. Was it just for fun? Qin Yu's thoughts raced and his smile became even more natural. Haha, Patriarch is too polite. He was impatient to feign civility with the other party, but he couldn't find a suitable opportunity to cut into the Juyo Tower, so he could only endure and wait for an opportunity. Since the other party wanted him to stay here, he would definitely express his stance. It was just that he didn't know what this was about. Otherwise, did he really think that a dignified patriarch of the old king's bloodline would be so bored as to waste time with him? Don't be too naive. As Qin Yu was preparing to respond to all changes by remaining unchanged, there was a flash of light outside the hall and a young demon walked in. At first glance, even though Qin Yu knew that it was an extremely inappropriate time for him to have such thoughts, he still couldn't help but sigh with emotion. What a handsome bastard who didn't give other men a way out. But soon, Qin Yu couldn't be bothered with these boring thoughts anymore. His complexion changed and his hands clenched into fists within his sleeve. A trace of panic and unease erupted from the depths of his heart like a volcano. No. He wouldn't. He absolutely wouldn't. Qin Yu lowered his head, covering his face. At this time, his expression was absolutely distorted and twisted. Towards a man. He actually had unchangeable thoughts, not just a little bit, but a lot of them. This discovery caused Qin Yu to fall into a great fear. He warned himself over and over again that no matter how beautiful his life was, he was still a man. He was a man through and through, a man with an Adam's apple in his throat and a broad chest. He was a man with the same physiological structure as himself. Qin Yu, how could you be like this? I won't allow it, I absolutely won't allow it. Hurry up and wake up. Old Fox and Hei Tiangang vaguely sensed that something was wrong with Qin Yu. They were puzzled and a strange look crossed their faces. Although this demon race junior was outrageously handsome, Qin Yu shouldn't be afraid to face him. Was it because he felt inferior in front of his handsomeness, or this thought was too disrespectful? Hurry up and disperse. His Excellency Qin Yu, how could he possibly be such a person? Even if he was, it was impossible for him to be so obvious, right? So, they must be overthinking things. That's right, this must be it. Patriarch. The young demon walked into the hall and bowed. His posture and demeanor were flawless, and he exuded a graceful and noble air. Yun Wuya smiled and nodded. He gestured with his hand. Yun Lan, let me introduce you. This is little friend Qin Yu, an honored guest that I invited today. In the future, you should try to get closer to him. He paused for a moment and then continued, Little friend Qin Yu, Yun Lan is the most outstanding junior in my family. My family has placed great hopes on him, and he will be participating in the struggle for the throne of the new king in Evil Peak City. The two of you are both proud sons of heaven, so I believe you will have many things in common. Yun Lan was silent for a moment. He turned and cupped his hands together. Greetings, Sir Qin Yu. Old Fox and He Tiangong's complexions changed and a chill rose in their hearts. After obtaining the invitation of the old king's bloodline, they had made many preparations and gathered the necessary information. They certainly knew what Yun Lan's current status was in the old king's bloodline. It could be said that he was the future hope of the old king's bloodline and also one of the most advantageous competitors for the new Nightmare King. His strength definitely couldn't compare with Yun Wuya's, but in terms of status, he wasn't any lower. In fact, he might even be higher. Facing his greeting, Qin Yu actually didn't immediately respond. Strictly speaking, this sort of attitude could already be considered an affront. Old Fox coughed. Without waiting for him to continue, Qin Yu let out a breath and looked up. He smiled and stood up, bowing in return. Sir Yun Lan, this is our first time meeting. If there is a chance in the future, I hope that you will take care of me. Looking at Yun Lan's handsome face that had no blind spots, Qin Yu's smile was warm and gentle. But his heart was howling helplessly. I actually have such filthy and rude thoughts towards a man. Moreover, I can't suppress them at all. Could it be that I've really been hiding this aspect of my nature? But I've only been seduced today. Qin Yu couldn't face this conclusion. But from what he saw, it seemed to be the only explanation. Yun Lan nodded. Qin Yu, you speak too seriously. He didn't say anything else. He turned and sat down across from him. Yun Wuya's eyes swept over the two of them. A light flashed in his eyes. He smiled and said, Yun Lan, weren't you preparing to go to 9 Netherworld Pagoda to cultivate? Why are you here? Yun Lan said, I obtained some gains today, so I temporarily left 9 Netherworld Pagoda. I will return soon. Yun Wuya nodded. The competition for a new king is imminent and the strength of the ancestral land is active. This is a rare opportunity to cultivate. You must grasp it well. After he finished speaking, he seemed to think of something. He turned and said, I wonder if little friend Qin Yu has ever gone to 9 Netherworld Pagoda to cultivate? When he wanted to doze off, someone would send him a pillow. This was probably what Qin Yu was thinking right now. He barely suppressed the disgust and despair in his heart. He steadied his mind and smiled. I won't hide it from Patriarch. Before 9 Netherworld Pagoda was sealed off, I was cultivating there. It is truly worthy of being a holy land for cultivation that borrows the strength of the Nightmare ancestral land. I have obtained great harvests. As he spoke to her, he shook his head and sighed. Unfortunately, the competition for a new Nightmare King has begun and 9 Netherworld Pagoda has been sealed off from the outside. I can only temporarily stop cultivating. It is truly regretful. Yun Wuya laughed. Chapter 1101. Blue Tile Courtyard was heavily guarded and all guards were carefully selected. But this didn't mean that there weren't any spies mixed in. Of course, in order to achieve this, who knew how many people would have to die? Moreover, it would take a long time to carry out the arrangement. Thus, under normal circumstances, these precious hidden posts would remain in a state of silence. Unless absolutely necessary, they wouldn't contact the outside world. But now it was an unusual time. The position of the new king was vacant and the 3 giants of the Nightmare race had gathered in Evil Peak City. After so much hard work, if not now, then when? After changing shifts and greeting several people he was familiar with, Mose found an excuse to reject his colleague's invitation to drink with him. Haha, I think Mose can't hold it in any longer. He's going to find a lover to play with. That lady boss of the rabbit race has fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. Even I am extremely envious when I look at her. Mose Sang is really lucky. Hee hee, there's a problem if she's beautiful. Mose can't accompany her in the sky. The night is long and the beauty is lonely. Be careful that you don't want demon crystals. Mose jokingly scolded them and then sent them away. He hurriedly changed his clothes and left Blue Tile Courtyard, entering a restaurant not too far away. The owner of this restaurant had died early, leaving behind a sweet and charming boss lady. Mose had spent a great deal of effort to hook up with her. The two hadn't seen each other for many days, so there was no lack of intimacy. Like rain after a long drought, they fought fiercely. When the clouds dispersed, the boss lady stood up and tidied her clothes. She looked at him with a sweet smile. Rest for a moment. I will prepare some refreshments for you. Mose looked at her alluring figure and licked his lips. He chuckled. It seems that you are prepared to ruthlessly squeeze me today. But that doesn't matter. I have plenty of time today. You can prepare more. I will only have strength when I eat my fill. The boss lady rolled her eyes at him. Her face flushed red as she cursed at him. Then, she pushed open the door and left. Twisting his fingers, a trace of reminiscence appeared on his face. Mose could be considered to have touched many women, but the feeling the lady boss gave him was unprecedented. Although he had eaten her many times, he was still in high spirits every time. But it was time to get down to business. Mose Sang stood up and walked to the back of the wall. He pulled open a gap on a wooden table and reached into it to take out a jade slip. The green tile courtyard was heavily guarded. Even though he was a guard, he couldn't avoid the internal inspection that happened every 3 to 5 days. He could only leave the things here. A trace of pride appeared on his face. He was confident that his disguise was perfect and that no one would be able to detect him. After imprinting the information, Mose's fingers exerted a little force. With a light crack, the jade slip shattered into pieces and disappeared. Pushing the square table back to its original position, Mose Sang lay back on the bed. Thinking of the stormy waves that would soon be set off in the green tile courtyard, he could not help but feel his heart tighten. Although he was already prepared and should not be implicated, who could have absolute confidence in such a matter? He could only rely on his luck. Taking a deep breath and exhaling, Mose closed his eyes. A moment later, the lady boss returned with a few snacks, all of which he liked. Mose glanced at the lady boss, who was cold and aloof in front of outsiders but gentle and attentive to him, and a thought emerged in his mind. Once the battle for the new king was settled and he completed his mission, he would take her away from Evil Peak City and live a new life in anonymity. In fact, he even thought that he should give birth to several children. That would be a very happy life. Why are you looking at me in a daze? Although the lady boss said this, she had a blissful smile on her face. She placed the snacks on the low table beside the bed. Have a taste. I made them myself. See if they suit your taste. Mose smiled and nodded. I will definitely like anything you make. Indeed, the taste was quite good. But perhaps it was because of the restlessness in his heart, or perhaps it was because of that thought he had just had. In short, after just a few bites, his mood returned. He pulled the lady boss onto the bed. But this time, the moans on the bed only lasted for a short while. Mose lifted a hand and wiped away the black liquid that gushed out from his nose and mouth. He couldn't help but widen his eyes as he looked at the lady boss lying beneath him. One moment she had been moaning in a flirtatious manner, and the next she had become indifferent. His lips curved up in a self-deprecating smile, as if he wanted to say something. But the weakness that gushed out from his body soon robbed him of his strength. His field of vision darkened. Mose plopped down onto the lady boss's body, completely motionless. She pushed him to the side. The lady boss wiped away the black blood that stained her snow-white skin. She stood up and put on her clothes. She glanced at the blackened mows who couldn't be more dead. Her eyes were incomparably indifferent, without the least bit of emotion. She pushed open the door and said to the young servant outside, "Tell the patriarch that the news has been sent out. The hidden spies no longer have any value. I have uprooted them." The young servant nodded and hurried away. On this day, a guard of the blue tile courtyard had died. An evil Peak City had one less cold and beautiful lady boss. He finally returned to the 9 Nether Pagoda. He sat down cross-legged on a cushion and felt the endless soul-refining strength. He smiled. No matter what, he had at least achieved his original goal. Moreover, it was just as the rumors said. Because the struggle for the throne had begun, the strength of the nightmare ancestral land had become much more active. The changes that came with this were that Qin Yu's soul could absorb even more special energies. His connection with the nightmare ancestral land was rapidly transforming. Moreover, the degree of acceleration wasn't just 1 or 2 points, it was at least several times faster than before. Qin Yu could clearly feel that his connection with the nightmare ancestral land was constantly deepening. It was like something was being bred. Once it reached a certain peak or touched a boundary, there would be an astonishing change. Qin Yu didn't know what this change was, but his intuition told him that he might be able to rely on this to complete his greatest wish since entering the abyss, to find the secrets of the myriad soul Tao. He certainly couldn't waste such precious cultivation time. Let alone 2 hours, he couldn't even waste a minute. Qin Yu had already decided that as long as the Nightmare Clan didn't drive him away, he would stay in the 9 Nether Pagoda's 8th level and settle down here. But in truth, Qin Yu didn't know that as soon as he had this thought of settling down in the 9 Nether Pagoda, another plan had already begun. It would completely tear apart Qin Yu's thoughts of settling down. This matter is too important. Once we are caught, we will be forced into a passive position. Please rest assured, we have already made all the necessary preparations. There will be absolutely no accident. I hope so. The tall demon stood with his back to the window. In the dim light, his silhouette was outlined on the paper window. Remember, you only have an hour. If everything goes smoothly, you will be heroes of the clan. If you fail, the clan will not acknowledge your existence. Yes. The black-robed demon bowed. Then, he took several steps back, his figure fading into the darkness. The old king's bloodline, who would have thought that for so many years, you had been putting on such a big show. But no matter how wonderful a show is, there will always be a time when the curtain will fall. When the truth is revealed, that will also be the time when you will vanish into thin air. The tall demon's voice slowly sounded out in the darkness. It was like a wandering viper, patiently waiting for a chance to strike and reap the lives of its enemies. Because of the special connection between him and the nightmare ancestral land, Qin Yu should be the first person in the 9 Nether Pagoda to notice the abnormality. He frowned and opened his eyes, surprise on his face. The strength of the nightmare ancestral land had suddenly become unstable, as if there was an external strength interfering. But Qin Yu couldn't be sure of this. Moreover, when a new king was born, the ancestral land should be in a relatively lively state. Could this be the reason? Before he could think further, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He lifted a hand and pressed it against the ground. Strength erupted and he instantly left the cushion. In the next moment, there was a buzzing sound in his ears, as if he had been struck by a heavy stick. Luckily, this negative feeling soon vanished. But Qin Yu's complexion became incomparably ugly. His first guess was correct. He had felt clear signs of external control just now. Moreover, the nightmare ancestral land in its normal state would never have such a terrifying eruption. After all, those cultivating in the 9 Nether Pagoda were all demons of the nightmare race. Just who was it? This involved the nightmare race and the ancestral land. Once this matter occurred, it would inevitably be investigated to the end. No matter who it was, once they were found out, their fates would be miserable. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to care about what fate awaited the culprit. His first thought was, what did they want to do? Then, without warning, a figure flew into his mind. Yun Lan. He was the candidate that the old king's bloodline had pushed forward to participate in the struggle to become the new Nightmare King. He clearly had enough weight to cause his opponents to go crazy, even disregarding everything else. Could all of this have been aimed at him? Bang! A trembling fluctuation spread out from the side. Qin Yu's complexion changed once more, as if his guess had become reality. Someone had attacked, and judging from the direction of the fluctuation, it just happened to be where Yun Lan was. Because of his connection with the nightmare ancestral land, Qin Yu was able to sense ahead of time that the shock waves of the soul refining power were something that others might not be able to dodge. In other words, Yun Lan had likely been wounded. In addition, since the other party dared to take such a great risk to attack, they must have made thorough preparations. He would likely die here. Qin Yu's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. Strictly speaking, he didn't have too much of a relationship with the old king's bloodline, so there was no need for him to take such a risk. But, he was well aware that no matter what the old king's bloodline was planning, the only reason he was able to cultivate in the 9 Nether Pagoda was because of their help. If he stared helplessly on as Yun Lan was killed and remained indifferent, it was hard to say whether or not the old king's bloodline would turn hostile, but wanting to stay in the 9 Nether Pagoda was absolutely the ravings of an idiot. Moreover, there was another reason that made Qin Yu's complexion even uglier, and he didn't want to face it. He discovered that deep in his heart, he didn't want that boy to be killed. As I thought, did I really have thoughts about a man that I shouldn't have? With a pale complexion, Qin Yu kicked open the door and rushed out. Chapter 1102. There was a puddle of blood on the ground in front of Yun Lan. His face was pale, and his eyes were filled with shock, anger, and panic. There were 3 black-robed demons around him, each holding a demon imprisoning lock. Their auras were incomparably strong. Normally, with Yun Lan's strength, it would be difficult for him to fight 1 against 3. However, it wouldn't be difficult for him to escape unscathed, even if the other party had carefully prepared demon imprisoning lock. As the most outstanding bloodline inheritor of the old king's bloodline and one of the strongest competitors for the new king's position, it was easy to guess how much importance Yun Lan received. Others might have 1 or 2 life-saving trump cards, but in Yun Lan's hands, this kind of thing had always been in abundance. If not for this, would one really think that the conflict between the 3 giant factions of the nightmare race was just a matter of words? However, today's turn of events was truly unexpected. No one had ever dared to attack in the 9 Netherworld Tower, much less activate the power of the ancestral land. This had already violated the greatest taboo of the nightmare race. No matter who it was, they would have to pay the price in blood. But now, Yun Lan didn't have time to be angry, regret, or think about anything else. Panic surged out from the bottom of his heart, becoming increasingly intense. It was precisely because the other party had caught him off guard that he was severely injured by the power of soul refinement. Then, he was poisoned by an unknown and terrifying demonic poison. The demonic energy in his body became more and more difficult to circulate, dissipating at an alarming rate. As a result, he couldn't even use a single one of his many trump cards before he was suppressed. The 3 demon imprisoning locks tightly bound his body, constantly tightening. They were like 3 red-hot iron chains trying to drill into his flesh. If they simply wanted to kill him, these 3 demons would have done so long ago. But now, they were clearly preparing to thoroughly suppress him and capture him. The moment this thought appeared, Yun Lan's entire body turned cold. It was like he had fallen into an ice cave. Violating the greatest taboo of the nightmare race by attacking in the 9 Netherworld Tower would not end easily. Who knew how many people would lose their heads because of this? The mastermind was willing to pay such a heavy price because the expected harvest was worth it for them to make a move. In other words, they must have obtained some very crucial information, such as his true identity. Only this could explain why the three black-robed devils in front of him were only suppressing him and not killing him. If it was just a fight for the throne, as long as he died, the previous king's bloodline would naturally have to retreat. Unless the other party's goal wasn't just this. They didn't just want him dead, they wanted to destroy the entire bloodline of the previous king. When he thought up to here, Yun Lan's heart suddenly constricted as if it was grabbed by an invisible hand, and it was on the verge of stopping beating. No, absolutely not. He forced himself to calm down. His thoughts raced as he searched for a way to survive. Although he wasn't too clear about the relationship between the Abyss Tower and the Ancestors' Land, there was no doubt that this was one of the forbidden lands that the Nightmare Clan valued the most. If there was an accident here, it would be discovered very quickly. If the clan elder knew that he was here, he would definitely rush over immediately. No, that's not right. Even though there was no evidence, there were only a few people who had the qualifications and ability to do such a thing in the 9 Netherworld Tower. Since they made a move, they must have made full preparations. The clan elder would definitely be entangled and unable to rush over. Yun Lan's heart sank. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he could only search the tower. Otherwise, he would die. But within the tower, the eruption of the power of refining souls just now was an indiscriminate attack that affected everyone within the 9 Netherworld Tower. As long as one relied on the power of refining souls to cultivate, not a single one of them would be able to escape. Now, they couldn't even protect themselves, much less help him. Qin Yu's figure appeared in Yun Lan's mind. He wasn't too far away and should be able to sense the fluctuations of aura here, but as he thought about how Qin Yu had impatiently come here to cultivate, he was certain that he had avoided the impact of the power of refining souls just now. Yun Lan bitterly smiled. He discovered that he had fallen into a hopeless situation where he couldn't save himself without help. But this bitter smile didn't last for too long. A decisive light flashed in his eyes. Yun Lan closed his eyes and a wild aura fluctuation broke out from his body. He couldn't find a chance to continue living, but at least he could choose to end his own life. As long as he died, the plot against the previous king's bloodline would vanish into thin air. If you want to die, it won't be so simple. With a cold sneer, the demon imprisoning chains in the hands of the 3 black-robed demons exploded at the same time, turning into thick black demonic energy that drilled into his body like 3 poisonous snakes. Countless crimson lines appeared on the surface of Yun Lan's exposed flesh and blood. They wove together and emitted an oppressive aura. His eyes widened with endless anger. Royal Bloodline Blood Curse. You actually refined the Royal Bloodline Blood Curse. How bold of you! By extracting the bloodline of those of the same race and refining it with a sinister secret technique, one could obtain a terrifying bloodline imprisonment spell. This sort of blood curse was not only an evil refining process, but it also required a massive amount of slaughter. In order to refine a single spell, one had to extract the bloodline of at least 10 people of the same race. Moreover, this was only the beginning. If the chosen target had a high cultivation, then there would be even more. With Yun Lan's strength, if he wanted to instantly imprison his bloodline, he would need at least 30 people of the same race to have their bloodline extracted through an evil secret technique and die in excruciating pain. Since the old king's bloodline was one of the 3 giants of the Nightmare Clan, their strength couldn't be underestimated. They had long been vigilant in this aspect. Once there was even the slightest clue, they would be discovered. Even now, he hadn't noticed anything. It was clear that the other party had spent an incomparably long time refining this blood curse. They would rather collect it bit by bit than take the slightest risk. Thinking of this, Yun Lan's heart turned even colder. The other party had planned this carefully. Once they made their move, they wouldn't give him any room to resist. "Sir Yunlan, we've finally caught you." Sneering, the three black-robed demons walked over. Their only exposed eyes were filled with excitement and ecstasy. Although they had made thorough preparations, before the dust settled, no one dared to be careless. This was especially true for them. If they succeeded, they would obtain everything, but if they failed, they would be abandoned without hesitation. At that time, death would be the best result for them. After all, the person they wanted to capture was the successor of the old king's bloodline, Yunlan, who had a 1/3 chance of becoming the new king. Fortunately, nothing unexpected happened. "Attack! Take him away! Leave immediately!" Outside the 9 Nether Pagoda, there was bound to be chaos. Although they had made preparations, that fellow Yun Wuya couldn't be judged with common sense. With every breath of time they wasted, there was a chance that something unexpected would happen. The three of them moved extremely quickly. Their figures flashed and they arrived beside Yunlan, simultaneously placing their hands on his body. Hum, 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 strange fluctuations of demonic power spread out from their bodies. Through some unknown method, they faintly resonated with the strength of the 9 Nether Pagoda. Circles of black light spread out from the three of them, constantly spreading outward. As they collided with each other, countless tiny ripples spread out, causing space to distort. In this distortion, the figures of Yunlan and the other two rapidly turned blurry, as if they were three shadows that would soon vanish from sight. Bang, or with a loud bang, the entire room trembled. The tightly shut door was sent flying, rolling and crashing into the wall. Because of some unknown special material, the door didn't collapse or shatter. But it was completely twisted and deformed. Qin Yu stepped in. The first thing he saw was Yunlan and the others, who were about to turn into shadows and disappear in the distortions of space. As he saw Qin Yu, his eyes that were filled with despair and fear immediately brightened. "Save me!" Yunlan had already exhausted all of his strength, but his voice seemed to come from far away. When it entered Qin Yu's ears, it was extremely weak. Beneath the black robes, the three demons revealed a look of surprise. They never thought that someone would be able to avoid the attack of the soul-refining power. If he had come a bit earlier, perhaps it really might have affected their plan. But now, humph, it was already too late. They would soon leave this place. Schwa, the figures of the four people became even more blurry. All that was left was a faint shadow, as if it would vanish in the next moment. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The distorted door howled out as it crashed into the four demons. Then, a strange scene occurred. The door passed through the distortions in space, even piercing through the figures of the four demons. But it could only cause those fluctuations to become more intense. It wasn't able to affect them at all. The four of them, including Yunlan, had now turned into true shadows. Qin Yu's pupils shrank and he furrowed his eyebrows. Beneath the black robes, there was a taunting look in their eyes. They had spent a great deal of effort and paid a great price to just barely be able to borrow a trace of the 9 Nether Towers' strength for a short period of time. Unless a demon king stepped in and forcefully locked down the surrounding space, no one could stop them from leaving this place. Qin Yu wasn't a demon king. To be more precise, he wasn't in his Titan true body state. The difference in strength between him and a demon king was enormous. But this didn't mean that he had no way to stop the three black-robed demons from taking Yunlan away in front of him. Or to be more precise, to Qin Yu, this matter wasn't too difficult. It was just that he didn't want to expose some special connection between him and the 9 Nether Tower. After hesitating for a second, Qin Yu sighed inwardly. No matter what, he couldn't just watch as Yunlan was taken away. Since this was the case, there was no need to hesitate. Closing his eyes, Qin Yu's mind instantly established a connection with the 9 Nether Tower. And this connection was built on the connection between Qin Yu and the Nightmare Ancestral Land. Or it could be said that after it was strengthened to a certain degree, it became an additional attribute. In short, to a certain extent, he could interfere with the internal flow of power within the 9 Nether Tower. As for how strong his interference was, directly using it to smash these 3 demons into meat paste, sorry, that was impossible. But if it was simply to stop the 3 black-robed demons from taking Yunlan away, it wouldn't be too difficult. Qin Yu silently closed his eyes. The light in Yunlan's eyes was slowly extinguished, completely swallowed by despair and unwillingness. Perhaps this was the unavoidable fate of the old king's bloodline. Once his identity was revealed to the public, Yunlan didn't dare to imagine the terrifying situation he would face. Despair was like a tide, like layers of cobwebs, wrapping around his heart. It constantly tightened, making it difficult to breathe. A fluctuation came from the 9 Nether Tower. The eyes of the 3 black-robed demons all lit up with joy. It was done. Their final phantoms rapidly faded away. In just a breath of time, they would be able to leave the 9 Nether Tower. At that time, this hunt, that they had carefully prepared for countless years, would come to a perfect end. A fatal strike. At this time, Qin Yu suddenly opened his eyes. He lifted a hand and grasped forwards, his 5 fingers slightly bent as if he had grasped something. The eyes revealed from beneath the black robes revealed a look of disdain, as if they were mocking him for overestimating himself. But before this ridicule could spread, it froze on their faces. A shred of imprisoning strength came from all around them, catching hold of their bodies that had already turned into phantoms and interrupting the transmission. The backlash strength formed from the transmission failure broke into their bodies. The 3 black-robed demons stuffily coughed, their faces pale. 6 eyes stubbornly stared at Qin Yu, filled with shock and disbelief. This boy, how could he possibly interrupt a transmission that had already been completed? But this shock only lasted for a short period of time. One of the black-robed demons took a deep breath and roared, "Kill him!" It was clear that as long as Qin Yu was alive, it would be impossible for them to smoothly take Yunlan away. Those that were sent to carry out such a crucial mission had to have a decisive disposition. This was the most basic requirement. Without any hesitation, one of them grabbed Yunlan and the other 2 black-robed demons roared as they rushed forwards. "Demon Commander!" Qin Yu's heart sank. There was still one black-robed demon that hadn't attacked yet, but it was clear that they were powerhouses on the same level. To send 3 demon commanders at once and dare to act against Yunlan, this wasn't an ordinary influence. Today, Qin Yu had interfered and ruined their plans. Even if they didn't have any relationship with each other and hadn't even seen each other before, there was no doubt that Qin Yu would gain a terrifying enemy in the future. But now that he had interfered, let alone regret it, even if he knew he was making enemies, he could only brace himself and accept it. Rumble, rumble, in the blink of an eye, the 2 black-robed demons had already engaged Qin Yu in battle. Wild fluctuations of strength swept out in all directions like a tide. 1 against 2, Qin Yu was at a disadvantage. But, even though the 2 demons desperately attacked, they discovered that they couldn't kill him in a short period of time. This boy was actually at the demon commander level, and his strength was tyrannical. Shock and anger gushed out from the depths of their hearts. Everything had been going smoothly, but just as they were about to succeed, Qin Yu suddenly appeared. The 9 Nether Pagoda was built and cultivated within. It had an extremely powerful self-defense system. No matter who dared to be insolent within the 9 Nether Pagoda, they would be ruthlessly suppressed. Their preparations could only buy them an hour. Once they exceeded this limit, the 9 Nether Pagoda's strength would recover. At that time, none of them would be able to escape. "Third brother, let go of Yunlan and attack with us. Let's kill this boy first." One of the black-robed demons roared. The black-robed demon that grabbed Yunlan hesitated for a moment before letting go and joining the battle. 3 demon commanders against 2 demon commanders. Although there was only a difference of 1 in terms of numbers, the difference in strength was on a completely different level. Moreover, what was more important was that the strength of these 3 demon commanders seemed to faintly fuse together. Qin Yu had already noticed this when the two of them attacked, and now that the three of them joined forces, this fusion became even smoother. As a result, the output power of their attacks rapidly increased. Qin Yu blocked left and right, looking distressed and distressed. But he actually let out a sigh of relief. Since Yunlan was released, he could attack without any scruples. With a thought, his eyes turned pitch black, pure and transparent without the least bit of other colors. It was like an endless abyss that could submerge and swallow all. Across from him, the three black-robed demons seemed to suffer a heavy blow. Their bodies trembled and most of the wild demonic energy around them dissipated. Qin Yu seized this chance to attack. He lifted a hand and thrust it forward. Wild demonic energy erupted like a tide, sending them flying away. Blood gushed out from every orifice of their heads. Beneath their black robes, their 6 eyes were wide open, revealing a look of horror. They cried out, "Abyssal gaze!" The 3 demon commander-level demons seemed to have discovered something extremely terrifying, even more so than their own heavy injuries. Qin Yu could feel the fear, awe, and even despair in their eyes. "Kill Yunlan!" One of the demons rushed out. The other 2 took a deep breath and stood in front of Qin Yu. But they no longer had the wild momentum they had when they were fighting. Instead, their bodies were filled with sorrow and fear. It seemed that from the moment they stood in front of Qin Yu, they had already determined their final fate. Taking away Yunlan had already become an impossible mission. Then, they could only settle for the next best thing, and that was to kill him here. Qin Yu stepped forwards and his figure howled out. The bodies of the 2 demon commanders stiffened before they were sent flying backward. He didn't know what abyssal gaze was, but without a doubt, it was an ability he obtained from the nightmare bloodline. It seemed to have an additional terrifying effect on them. The 2 demon commanders simply didn't have the strength to resist. They were directly crushed. Hearing the pained groans of his 2 companions behind him, the black-robed demon that rushed towards Yunlan revealed a crazed look in his eyes. He howled and raised his hand. A ball of dark green light whizzed out and shot straight towards Yunlan. The dark green light directly tore through his flesh and blood. Then, like a mass of liquid, it was instantly absorbed by his flesh and blood. Yunlan's eyes widened. He looked at Qin Yu blocking in front of him. The 2 of them were so close that they could clearly hear each other's breathing. With a deep breath, Qin Yu pushed Yunlan away. Then, he turned and punched out. The last black-robed demon was sent flying away. He crashed into a stone wall and tumbled to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The mission had failed. The eyes of the 3 black-robed demons were filled with pain. But facing Qin Yu, they had no hope. With stuffy coughs, their bodies rapidly turned pitch black and then began to rot. They turned into puddles of stinking mucus that emitted terrifying sizzling noises as it corroded the ground. In the blink of an eye, it had completely vanished. All that was left behind was a corroded pit on the ground, proof of the horrifying scene that had just occurred. With the death of the 3 black-robed demons, the shackles in Yunlan's body loosened a bit. He grabbed Qin Yu and hurriedly said, "You've been poisoned. Don't use demonic power again, I will definitely think of a way to save you." He had smelled that dark green liquid. There was no way he would be wrong. It was extracted from the soul-severing snake's venom. Even if a demon commander were to come into contact with it, they would most likely die. But just now, Qin Yu had stood in front of him without hesitation. With a shake of his shoulders, Qin Yu shook off Yunlan's hand and walked away. "My body is special and I don't fear poison. If you really want to thank me, then don't tell anyone about what happened today." With that, his figure flickered and he vanished from sight. Chapter 1103. Something strange had happened in 9 Netherworld Tower. Young Master Yunlan of the Old King's bloodline had been ambushed, hundreds of Nightmare Race clansmen had been severely injured, a series of explosive news spread out, like mockery under the surface of the water. All of Evil Peak City instantly entered a state of alert. The city guards that had disappeared for many days rushed onto the streets, their gazes sharp, like knives moving back and forth. The 10 elders of the nightmare race summoned the representative of the 3 heavyweights of Evil Peak City. No one knew what was said, but the 3 sides that had been in constant conflict fell silent. Of course, this matter would not end so easily. It was not just because Yunlan had been ambushed, but also because the old king would not let this matter rest. The more important reason was that this matter involved the ancestral land and had occurred in 9 Netherworld Tower. This was beyond the bottom line. Although the nightmare race appeared calm on the surface, the investigation department of the Council of Elders was already operating at full capacity. As the saying went, a goose left a sound and a person left a shadow. As long as they attacked, it was impossible to leave no trace. The blood seal in Yunlan's body had been undone, but even so, he had suffered heavy injuries from the corrosion of the blood seal. He lay on the bed, his face pale and bloodless. The door was pushed open from the outside, and Yun Wuyao walked in with a gloomy face. Seeing Yunlan on the bed, he took a deep breath and bitterly smiled. I was careless this time. He already knew about the hidden guards and had made corresponding arrangements. Even if they had attacked, they would not have been able to harm Yunlan at all. In fact, they would have been able to use him as a bargaining chip to attack their opponents and increase their chances of victory. Yun Wuya had full confidence in his arrangements, but he never imagined that they would dare to attack him in 9 Netherworld Tower. Fortunately, nothing had happened to Yunlan. Otherwise, he would have become the sinner of the old king's bloodline. Thinking about what would have happened if he had been captured, even someone as shrewd as Yun Wuya couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Yunlan said, "Did the clan find any evidence?" Yun Wuya shook his head, his complexion becoming increasingly ugly. Since they dared to attack, they naturally cleaned up their track. Although we have found some small traces, if we continue to investigate, we will only be able to dig out a few chess pieces that they abandoned. This result did not exceed Yunlan's expectations. He was silent for a moment before he slowly said, "Since that is the case, clan elders should take this opportunity to seek some compensation from other aspects." Even though everyone knew that the mastermind behind this matter was within a very narrow range, they could not pursue the matter to the end without evidence. It was just as Yun Wuya had said. At most, they would only be able to destroy some of the chess pieces that the other party had prepared. They would not be able to deal any significant damage. It was better to retreat in order to advance. It was true that Yunlan had suffered an assassination attempt. The old king's bloodline had nearly lost their future successor. Therefore, receiving some compensation was a very normal thing. The clan elders would not be too stingy. A gratified look appeared on Yun Wuya's face, as expected of the person he had chosen. Even after encountering such a thing, he still hadn't lost his rationality. If not for the bloodline of the ancient king and the new faction, what would they be? There was no chance for them to become the new king. Yunlan, this old man is already considering the matter you mentioned. Perhaps we can only endure today's resentment. But this matter will not be settled like this. Since they disobeyed the rules first, this old man will not be courteous. As he laughed coldly, every word he spat out was filled with dense killing intent. As the strongest clan elder of the old king's bloodline, he was almost the backbone of the clan. How could he be a soft-hearted person? Because of the change in his identity, Yun Wuya had been much more low-key these past few years. This made many people forget that he had once been known as the Bloody Butcher. He glanced at Yunlan and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Who helped you in 9 Netherworld Tower?" Even though the 3 black-robed demons had been killed without any remains left, based on the subsequent investigation of the scene, they could roughly reconstruct what had happened. And everyone was well aware of Yunlan's condition. His blood vessels had been completely sealed off by the blood seal, so he could not use any strength at all. It was simply impossible for him to kill 3 powerful enemies and still remain unscathed. The Nightmare tribe had already asked Yunlan this question, but she had brushed it off. At that time, Yun Wuya had also been present. Now that he brought up this question again, it was clear that he wanted to obtain the truth from Yunlan. A trace of hesitation flashed in Yunlan's eyes. He pursed his lips and slowly said, "It was Qin Yu. His strength is greater than what clan elder knew." He looked up at Yun Wuya and continued to speak. "I promised him that I would not tell anyone about this matter. The reason I told clan elder this was because I did not want to hide it from you, and I also believed that you would not do anything to harm Qin Yu. So, please keep this a secret." Yun Wuya's eyes brightened. He glanced at Yunlan and revealed a faint smile. "It really was that boy. Before you said anything, I had already guessed it was him. Don't worry, he is a treasure to begin with. Now that I value him more and more, it is even more impossible for me to harm him." 3 demon commanders had died at Qin Yu's hands. This boy's strength was not just an ordinary level of strength. However, what made Yun Wuya even more pleasantly surprised was that Yunlan's attitude towards him seemed to have changed somewhat. Strictly speaking, this was currently the most important matter for the old king's bloodline. It seemed that he would have to find a suitable opportunity to reveal everything to Qin Yu. As for whether or not Qin Yu would agree, to be honest, Yun Wuya had never worried about this. Not to mention, what benefits did the old king's bloodline offer? As long as one wasn't blind, they would know what to choose. Even if Qin Yu refused, would they just accept it? How naive. If a cow didn't want to drink water, it could be forcefully pressed down. As it drank and drank, it would become accustomed to it. Not accustomed? Then they would continue pressing it until they got used to it. Yun Wuya smiled. He believed that he could still be a qualified person who persisted in pressing down on the cow. Thinking of this, the old fellow couldn't contain his excitement. He wished that he could immediately find that boy Qin Yu and kidnap him back. Lying on the bed, Yunlan seemed to sense his thoughts. He took a deep breath and slowly said, "Clan Elder, I hope to personally speak to Qin Yu about this matter. I ask that you do not interfere." Yun Wuya furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at him in silence. If it was anything else, he wouldn't mind, but when it came to the future of his family, he had no choice but to be cautious. Yunlan himself said that this matter wasn't too reliable. If it was delayed for too long, who knew what would happen? It was safer to capture this person first. As for feelings that could be slowly cultivated. Moreover, Yun Wuya felt that if this matter really succeeded, then no matter how he looked at it, Qin Yu would gain a great advantage. How could he not be satisfied? Sensing his hesitation, Yun Lan's expression became even more dignified. "Clan Elder, I guarantee you that I will explain this matter to him as soon as possible. Please give me some time." This second emphasis was more than enough to show just how much importance he placed on this matter. Yun Wuya stretched out a finger. 3 days, I will give you 3 days. If you don't speak up yourself, then I will do it for you. Yun Lan was left speechless. But he also knew how much importance and urgency the clan elder placed on this matter. To give him 3 days was already his limit. "Very well, I promise you." Yun Wuya smiled. "Very good. You rest here first. I will go with those people from the Council of Elders to cause a bit more trouble. In this day and age, if you feel wronged you have to cry out loud. The louder you cry, the more sympathy you will receive. Even if we can't kill the mastermind behind the scenes, we can't let ourselves suffer too much." Yun Wuya turned and left. As he stepped out the door, the smile that hung on his face had vanished. Using words like cold as stone or frosty as ice to describe him was also an incomparably appropriate description. With an expression as if he couldn't calm his anger and rage, he hurried outside. When acting, one had to put on a complete performance. At all times, one had to hold themselves to the highest standards and not be the least bit negligent. Although he was in Blue Tile Courtyard right now, he had interacted with that old thing from the Council of Elders many times. Anyone who underestimated him would suffer misfortune. Looking at the closed door, Yunlan bitterly smiled. But the emotions in his eyes gradually calmed down. In his mind, the scene of Qin Yu standing in front of him and blocking the soul-severing snake's poison appeared. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Perhaps this was fate, it was him. Yunlan was pushed forward by the old king's bloodline. She was the future wielder of the heavenly Tao and a candidate to compete for the throne of the new king. Her status was infinitely honored. But he was actually her. After Qin Yu discovered this, he didn't feel good at all. It was because of this that after the 3 black-robed demons committed suicide, he hurried away without hesitation. He was afraid that he would reveal some abnormality. This was because Qin Yu wasn't unfamiliar with this person. To be more accurate, the two of them had had some close contact before. That's right, after Qin Yu carefully thought about it, he could now determine that Yunlan was the woman he met on the 8th level of 9 Netherworld Pagoda. Although she was currently in the form of a perfect man, after her bloodline was sealed away by the blood prohibition, she was no longer able to hide her aura. Qin Yu could feel incomparably familiar fluctuations of demonic power within her. In this world, there might be incomparably similar strengths that came from the same source, but it was absolutely impossible for them to be exactly the same. The only possibility was that this strength came from the same person. In order to save that little girl, Qin Yu had extracted a portion of her demonic power. This was the best and most convincing evidence. The two of them had exactly the same fluctuations of demonic power. This was irrefutable proof. The successor of the old king's bloodline, the candidate for the new king's throne, was actually a woman? Haha, this was simply the greatest joke in the world. The nightmare race had never had a queen ascend the throne. This wasn't because of talent or bloodline, but because the throne was limited to only men. This wasn't the case for all abyssal races, it was just that the nightmare race was special. Of course, for other races like the abyssal elves, it was common knowledge that only women could inherit the throne. But this wasn't the key point. The key point was that the successor of the old king's bloodline was a woman. If this matter were to be exposed, it could be predicted that not only would the reputation of the old king's bloodline fall to the floor, but it would also collapse in a short period of time. How could a woman who could never inherit the throne be worth following? Qin Yu faintly understood why the 3 demons in 9 Netherworld Pagoda didn't kill her and instead chose to suppress Yunlan and take her away. Thinking about it, they wanted to expose Yunlan's identity in front of everyone and then deal a devastating blow to the old king's bloodline. It was as if what he had destroyed was something extremely important. Those people whose blood and efforts had been destroyed would surely hate him to the core. Moreover, if the old king's bloodline that he had indirectly saved were to learn that Qin Yu knew of the secret they had tried so hard to hide, wouldn't they be anxious? As for the method to eliminate their anxiety, the simplest and most effective way was to make him disappear. Qin Yu immediately thought of that old bastard Yun Wuya's smiling face. If that day really came, he believed that old thing would kill him without hesitation. He lifted his head. Chapter 1104. The 9 Nether Pagoda was sealed once more. With such a vile incident occurring, even the nightmare race was refused entry. Thus, no matter how depressed and unwilling Qin Yu was, there was nothing he could do. A fire at the city gates would bring disaster to the fish in the moat. Although he was the fish in the moat, this wasn't wrong. However, this situation wouldn't last for too long. After all, before the struggle for the new king, the nightmare race's ancestral land was a cultivation lucky chance. It was impossible for the nightmare race to miss out on this opportunity. However, what could be expected was that even if the 9 Nether Pagoda opened again, the difficulty of entering would rise dramatically. Although the ones who attacked Yunlan were definitely forces from within the nightmare race, they absolutely wouldn't publicly admit this. Otherwise, they would lose too much face. Thus, they could only adopt an even harsher attitude towards the outside world to show how important this matter was to them. This could also be considered a continuation of the disaster of the fish in the moat. Qin Yu was well aware that if he wanted to enter the Nine Nether Pagoda again, he could only continue to work with the old king's bloodline. But for the time being, he really didn't want to get involved. It couldn't be considered a guilty conscience. Well, although he had lived a safe and stable life up until now, he would still feel a bit uncomfortable if he saw Yun Lan or that old bastard Yun Wuya. This told him a truth, and that was that without absolute strength, taking advantage of someone else's weakness wasn't a good thing. Not only would it not bring him any benefits, but it would be like drinking a mouthful of hot soup that couldn't be swallowed nor spat out. It would be an uncomfortable torment. As Qin Yu was sighing and lamenting his bad luck, another invitation was delivered to him. The person in front of him was a bit familiar. It seemed that the invitation to the banquet at Blue Tile Courtyard not too long ago had also been sent by him. Your Excellency Qin Yu, I am here on the orders of the young master to invite you to the courtyard for a chat. If possible, please leave immediately. The carriage is already waiting outside. His actions were restrained and his tone was respectful. Although he didn't know much about this Qin Yu, he knew that he was an extremely important guest of the old king's bloodline. This was evident from the fact that the patriarch and young master Yun Lan had invited him one after the other. Don't you think such a judgment is too hasty? Haha, just what sort of status do our patriarch and young master Yun Lan have? Moreover, in this critical period of the struggle for the new king's throne, would they waste their precious time on useless people? If they had a brain, they could come to this conclusion. A strange expression crossed Qin Yu's face. He instinctively rebuked her. Not too long ago, he had been thinking of obtaining the qualifications to enter the Nine Netherworld Pagoda from the old king's bloodline. The people who had been sent out by the Blue Tile Monastery to deliver the invitations were not necessarily weak, but at the very least, they were intelligent people. When Yuan Yu fell silent for a moment, he could sense that something was amiss. He frowned inwardly, feeling a bit apprehensive. Who doesn't know young Master Yunlan's status in Evil Peak City? This Qin Yu clearly knew that it was the young master who personally invited him, and yet he still had to consider it. It could be seen that his status was extraordinary. Although his task was only to deliver the invitation, if Qin Yu refused to attend, it would be a dereliction of duty on his part. Without any hesitation, he revealed a smile and continued to say, Your Excellency Qin Yu, our patriarch also hopes to see you again. Recently, Yun Wuya had nearly become a thorn in Qin Yu's side. He always felt that at some point this old thing would jump out and slap him to death. Although Yun Wuya couldn't kill him with a single slap, if they really did tear apart all pretense of cordiality, then Qin Yu would be in deep trouble. Qin Yu's eyebrows furrowed imperceptibly. He thought for a moment and said, Very well. Please wait a moment. I will leave soon. The messenger respectfully bowed. The carriage is waiting for you outside the inn. After he left, Qin Yu's complexion darkened. Strictly speaking, the old king's bloodline owed him a favor, so how did it become like this? Did he need to feel guilty? What the hell, this was just too ridiculous. A Hongmen banquet? He wouldn't need to use it. Otherwise, that old thing Yun Wuya wouldn't have greeted him in such a gentle manner. He couldn't feel guilty. At the very least, it seemed that the old king's bloodline didn't know that he had already grasped their weakness. If he didn't say anything, who would know? Moments later, the carriage left the inn. Qin Yu sat in a comfortable carriage. Two witches respectfully served him from the side. Outside the carriage, Old Fox and Hei Tiangang followed. They glanced at each other and could feel the nervousness in each other's hearts. Although Qin Yu hadn't said much before leaving, only telling them to be more cautious, they could still see the gloominess in his eyes. Could it be that the old king's bloodline's invitation had some other content? If there were 2 demon commanders and one of them had even touched upon the threshold of the Demon King realm, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that they were tyrannical in strength. They could roam the abyss without any scruples. Although their words were a bit big, they weren't afraid of any trouble coming knocking on their door. But the problem was that this young master's standards were far too high. No one knew the true strength of the old king's bloodline, but suppressing them with a flip of his hand was absolutely easy. Thinking of this, the 2 old demons couldn't help but bitterly smile. The journey was smooth. The carriage arrived at the blue tile courtyard. This time, it wasn't because of the great rules, so the main gates weren't open. Qin Yu stepped down from the side door and was immediately invited in. After turning around a courtyard, the messenger leading the way stopped and bowed. Qin Yu looked up and his heart twitched. He cupped his hands together and said, "Greetings, Patriarch." This old thing, was he really that free? At this time, he was actually in the mood to drink tea? Or could it be that Yun Wuyao was waiting for him here on purpose? Yun Wuyao smiled, his expression friendly. "Qin Yu, you've woken up. I was actually worried that you had some scruples and didn't want to come for the time being." "Haha, I was surprised. You've woken up, you are truly worthy of being called a heroic young elite." Qin Yu's lips twitched. Just what sort of random praise was this? Moreover, no matter how he listened to it, it felt as if there was a hidden meaning behind his words. Before he could think too much about it, Yun Wuyao waved his hand. Go. You youngsters have more common topics to talk about, so there is no need to accompany me here." This actually allowed Qin Yu to relax. He didn't want to face this old fellow, so he immediately bowed to express his apologies and turned to leave. He didn't know whether it was an illusion or not, but Qin Yu felt as if Yun Wuya's eyes were constantly on him. It was only when he turned a corner and left the garden that this uneasy feeling slowly disappeared. Qin Yu took a deep breath and then slowly exhaled, trying to ease the mood in his heart. Although Yun Wuya's expression and tone were extremely normal, there was even a bit more fervent than before. That's right, fervent. This word was incomparably appropriate, perfectly reflecting that faintly discernible attitude that Yun Wuya had revealed. But for some reason, Qin Yu felt very uncomfortable, as if he were being stared at by a big bad wolf. As he thought of this, he immediately felt that something was wrong. From the very start, Yun Wuya's attitude towards him had been extremely strange. There was a problem, there was definitely a problem here. By the time Qin Yu managed to extricate himself from this restless mood, he had already arrived at Yun Lan's residence. The security was tight, but it wasn't beyond Qin Yu's expectations. After all, the 9 Netherworld Tower had just been attacked. Old Fox and He Tiangang were refused entry. Qin Yu thought for a moment and then nodded. The 2 old fogies were led to a side courtyard to wait. Without anyone leading the way, Qin Yu paused at the entrance for a moment and then pushed open the door. This was a bit unexpected. The courtyard that Yun Lan lived in wasn't large and the layout was simple. Moreover, looking at the situation, it seemed as if he was the only person in the courtyard today. Looking at her posture, was she preparing to speak to him about some extremely secretive matters? But in truth, if he didn't know that Yun Lan was both him and her, then this would only be the second time they had met and there wouldn't be any friendship between them. Could it be that she knew that he knew? These words were a bit hard to pronounce, but it was fine as long as everyone understood the meaning. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He immediately took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. Don't panic. Let's see the situation first. Since he could come here, that meant that things hadn't reached an uncontrollable point. Your Excellency Qin Yu, you've arrived? Please enter. Yun Lan's voice sounded out. He could hear a dignified aura in his neutral voice. Although he knew that something was wrong, a strange expression still appeared on Qin Yu's face. This drunkard's acting skills weren't ordinary. Cough, it's me, I've arrived. As he spoke, he took several steps forward and pushed open the door to his room. Yun Lan was neatly dressed. He sat in the seat of honor. As he saw Qin Yu enter, he stood up and bowed. I haven't formally thanked you yet. Your Excellency Qin Yu, please accept my gratitude for saving my life a few days ago. Qin Yu didn't dodge. He paused for a moment and said, There is no need to thank me. I once told Sir not to tell anyone about what happened in the Nine Nether Pagoda. I wonder if Sir has done so? Yun Lan was silent for a moment. Then, he slowly said, I apologize. The Patriarch has solemnly asked me, so I cannot conceal anything. But, Your Excellency Qin Yu, please rest assured that the Patriarch has already promised me that he will absolutely not tell anyone else about this matter. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. As he thought, their previous meeting definitely wasn't a coincidence. That old thing Yun Wuya had been deliberately waiting for him. But, he had no idea just what Yun Wuya was planning in his heart right now. It had to be said that Yun Lan was indeed useful in helping Qin Yu keep his secret. After all, he had saved his life. But, the truth was that with Yun Wuya's status, it was impossible for Yun Lan to hide this matter even if he asked. Qin Yu took a deep breath and wryly smiled. I hope so. After all, I really don't want to stir up too much trouble. He looked up at Cloudbillow and said, May I ask why Sir sent someone to invite me here today? Although he was a bit depressed that Yun Lan had sold him to Yun Wuya, at least he was able to confirm one thing. Yun Lan didn't know that Qin Yu knew. But in short, this situation was much better than the worst-case scenario that Qin Yu had imagined. Otherwise, Yun Wuya might have directly attacked him as soon as they met. Facing Qin Yu's question, Yun Lan's face flashed with a bit of unnaturalness. He lowered his head and was silent for several breaths of time. Then, he slowly said, In order to thank you for saving me, the Patriarch wishes to marry a woman from the clan to you. As he spoke, his eyes stared at Qin Yu, a faint light shining in them. Qin Yu nearly choked to death on his own saliva. He violently coughed. Ignoring his own distressed appearance, he stared at Yun Lan. Was there something like this? Moreover, why are you looking at me like that right now? What do you mean by a bit of shame? Don't tell me that the woman from the clan you speak of is you. As soon as this thought appeared, Qin Yu's coughing became even worse. He bent down to hide his expression. A bit of absurdity and helplessness drilled out from the depths of his heart. He was being forced to marry in front of his face. What should he do? I'm waiting online, I'm really anxious. Chapter 1105. Yun Lan was her. Qin Yu had seen that little girl's true appearance before. In terms of figure and appearance, she was so good that nothing could be said about her. To be forced to marry by such a woman, well, although he was stunned and anxious, he couldn't hide the pride he felt deep in his heart. Perhaps this was the deep-rooted nature of male life forms that couldn't be changed. It was just that some people were better at pretending while others were more obvious. Qin Yu was likely the type that was good at pretending. Of course, this wasn't the key point. The key point was that it was impossible for him to marry her. Not to mention the fact that it was impossible for an abyssal creature to marry someone from the world of the living. Even if there was, Qin Yu wouldn't recognize her. That's right, he did urgently need to enter the Nine Nether Pagoda to cultivate. He couldn't sell himself without a bottom line because of this. He had to refuse, but he had to do so with a certain level of skill. He couldn't allow the old king's bloodline to feel humiliated, otherwise it would be troublesome. Qin Yu gathered his thoughts and composed himself. He said, Patriarch is thoughtful, but I know my own limits. How can I match up to the daughter of the royal bloodline? I can only decline your good intentions. Yun Lan had a calm expression. After saying those words, it was like she had thrown away some sort of burden. She leaned back in her chair, appearing calm and composed. Your Excellency Qin Yu, there is no need to be modest. With your cultivation and background, there is absolutely no problem in marrying my family. Qin Yu coughed lightly. Background? How come I didn't know I had such a thing? It seemed that outright refusal wouldn't work. Then, he would have to change his strategy. If I am valued so highly by patriarch and young master, then if I were to stubbornly refuse, I would be too ungrateful. But, my family has already made arrangements, and marriage is not something that I can decide alone. I ask young master to understand. Yunlan's eyes were dim. She said in a soft voice, "Does your excellency Qin Yu want to refuse this matter?" Qin Yu forced a smile. "It's not that I want to refuse, but the implications are too great. I don't dare to lightly agree." The room fell silent. Just as Qin Yu was worried that this woman would fly into a rage out of shame, she sighed. "This matter is the intention of the patriarch. Does your excellency Qin Yu understand what I mean? Was this a threat? I can't even refuse a woman? Where was the modesty of an abyssal princess? Where was the pride of the royal bloodline?" Of course Qin Yu understood. Even if he didn't understand just now, after hearing these words in addition to his meeting with Yun Wuyao, he was able to place the matter on the table. The marriage was arranged by Yun Wuyao. If he agreed, everything would be negotiable. Otherwise, they would fall out with each other. Damn it! What a shameless bastard! Moreover, this kind of shameless method of not stopping until he had sent his woman to his bed was also quite rare. Qin Yu's thoughts raced. With the strength and status of the old king's bloodline, just because he saved someone they wanted to force a woman onto him? That's impossible. There must be something wrong. Qin Yu thought back to when he first saw this woman. That uncontrollable desire to possess her was most likely related to this. Could it be that he has taken a fancy to the abyss bloodline in my body and wants to play a marriage inoculation? Thinking of this, Qin Yu suddenly felt enlightened. Yunlan, the most outstanding descendant of the previous king's bloodline, the one who everyone had high hopes for and the one who was publicly acknowledged to be the most qualified to fight for the throne, was a woman. In other words, no matter what happened in the contest for the new king, the old king's bloodline had no chance. Qin Yu thought back to when the demonic energy within Yunlan's body had gone berserk and was clearly showing signs of losing control. In other words, there was already a problem with her. Let's think about it a little more. Was her problem because she wanted to maintain her current identity as Yunlan? If this was the case, then she would soon be unable to continue playing the role of Yunlan. Once this was exposed or exposed by others, the old king's bloodline would suffer a devastating blow. The one we are following is a woman? Haha, the old king's bloodline really knows how to play. One doesn't need to be a genius to know that the consequences will be disastrous. The assassination attempt that erupted in the 9 Netherworld Tower against Yunlan proved that there were already people who began to suspect Yunlan's identity and had even obtained some key information. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to play such a big game. They didn't have a chance to fight for the throne, they were nearly stabbed in the fatal spot, and they couldn't continue acting anymore. All of these matters were like swords hanging over their heads. If the old king's bloodline didn't want to be riddled with holes, then they could only think of a way, for instance, finding a new target to replace Yunlan's position. And at this time, Qin Yu just happened to appear. As long as both sides married and gave birth to a bloodline descendant, this woman could find a chance to fake her death and restore her original identity. At that time, all problems would be easily solved. But how could the old king's bloodline be sure that the quality of the seed they borrowed would be good? Was it because when the two of them met, they couldn't help but be excited? This didn't seem reliable at all. Whether or not it was reliable, Qin Yu wasn't in the mood to think about it right now. He took a deep breath and looked at Yunlan, a single thought in his mind: if his guess was correct, the old king's bloodline wouldn't let him off so easily. What nonsense! If this was a life-saving straw that was delivered to their doorstep, then whoever let it go was an idiot. Thinking about it from another perspective, this was a simple matter. So, Qin Yu's complexion became increasingly ugly. His intuition told him that he had guessed correctly. Yunlan calmly said, "Your Excellency Qin Yu, The patriarch has always been rash and impetuous. You had best agree to this matter, otherwise there will definitely be problems. Qin Yu's lips twitched. If he exposed the fact that Yun Lan was a woman, could he use this to threaten the old king's bloodline? But as soon as this thought appeared, he suppressed it. From that old thing Yun Wuya shamelessly sending him a woman, he could see that the old king's bloodline really had no other way. Otherwise, did they really think that the old king's bloodline would be so shameless? It was just that between saving face and saving his life, he would choose the latter without hesitation. There was nothing to say about this. If it were anyone else, they would probably do the same. Face was important, but compared to their life, what was it? Could it be eaten? If Qin Yu really did expose this matter, Yun Wuya would definitely turn hostile. Then, Qin Yu would only have two choices. He could either marry this woman or be killed. Qin Yu had some confidence he could escape from underground Peak City. If he couldn't, then he still had a final trump card: to summon the Abyssal Demon Dragon Race's Elder Aofa. But if he did so, Qin Yu would absolutely be placed on the Nightmare Race's kill list. If he dared to cause trouble in underground Peak City at this time, then no one would have a good ending. Want to enter the Nightmare Race's ancestral land? Find a way to break the Myriad Soul Dao? Keep dreaming. So, unless he had no other choice, Qin Yu wouldn't take this step. Calm down. Impulsiveness was the devil. Today's events had come too suddenly, and he hadn't been prepared at all. For a moment, he couldn't think of a good response. He could only delay for a bit. Taking a deep breath, Qin Yu slowly said, "Sir Yun Lan, this is an important matter. I must first contact the clan before I can make a decision." Yun Lan nodded. "That should be the case. But, Your Excellency Qin Yu, please give me a reply as soon as possible." Qin Yu nodded. Without staying any longer, he stood up and bid his farewells, leaving the courtyard with a gloomy face. When Old Fox and Hei Tiangang came out, he glanced at them and then walked out without a word. "Haha, little friend Qin Yu has come out? I thought you would chat with Yun Lan for a bit longer. Young people should be more intimate with each other." With a hearty laugh, Yun Wuya flashed out. The demon leader hurriedly bowed, surprise flashing in his eyes. The patriarch had appeared again? Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? Qin Yu's eyes twitched. He really wanted to punch this smiling face in front of him. "You sly old fox, you must have been waiting for me on purpose." But as he thought of this, he let it go. He forced out a smile and said, "There are still some matters I need to deal with. It's not good to stay here any longer, so I'll be leaving first." "Oh, there's an urgent matter? Then you should properly deal with it. Only after dealing with these trivial matters can you concentrate on preparing for the important matters, right?" Yun Wuya smiled. He stared at Qin Yu, a deep meaning in his eyes. "That's what happened. Little friend, do you understand what I mean? Haha, hurry up and think about it. This old man thinks highly of you." As he spoke, he walked over and patted Qin Yu's shoulder. A mass of demonic energy instantly fused into Qin Yu's body. Without giving him a chance to speak again, he turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he vanished without a trace. Qin Yu's complexion paled. This sly old fox had left him a number. It was clear he was warning him not to think of sneaking away. Although demonic energy had fused into his body, with the intensity of Qin Yu's soul, he could still easily sense this mark. Destroying it was simple. A single thought was enough. But Yun Wuya didn't try to hide it and directly sent it into Qin Yu's body. This was his attitude. If he left a mark, he might not do anything, but if he wanted to destroy it, that would be the same as not giving him any face and forcing him to turn hostile. Whatever. In any case, he couldn't do any harm to him. He would endure it for now. Qin Yu let out a deep breath. "Let's go." Not too far away, beneath a thick demonic tree, Yun Wuya revealed a disappointed look. He shook his head and sighed. This brat actually endured it. He didn't have any guts at all. It was simply disappointing. choking with sobs, strange novel www. Why didn't he just destroy the mark he left behind? At that time, he would have an excuse to directly capture this brat. Who cared about anything else? Once the rice was cooked, who cared if you were willing or not? How could I let you run away again? That girl Yunlan was good at everything, but in the end, a woman was still a woman. She was far too stingy and wasn't straightforward at all. Whatever, he would endure it a little longer. At most one day, he would wait for one day. If this little bastard doesn't obediently wash himself clean and deliver himself to me, then don't blame me for attacking him. Humph humph, this matter involves the future of my old king's bloodline. No one will have any face left. After making up his mind to be shameless, Yun Wuya lightly coughed and turned to leave. He didn't need to worry, but since he had decided to be shameless, Qin Yu was a dish in front of him. Even if he grew legs, he still wouldn't be able to run away. Yun Wuya certainly wouldn't be so idle. He wandered around the garden day after day. Those old bastards from the Council of Elders had been tossed around by him several times, and now their attitudes had loosened. Today, he would give them a bit more pressure and obtain the benefits first. In the carriage, in front of the two demon maids, Qin Yu's expression was calm. But after he entered the inn, his complexion turned completely gloomy. His first words left He Tiangang panic-stricken. If you attack with your full strength, can you defeat that old thing Yun Wuya? Although he was panic-stricken, since Qin Yu had asked, he had to answer. He Tiangang earnestly thought for a moment and then honestly said, I shouldn't be able to. Qin Yu rubbed his temples. You are a peak demon commander and have touched upon the threshold of the king's step, but you still aren't his match? Sir, touching upon the threshold of the king's step is only a general way of putting it. To put it more vividly, my hand has just grasped the threshold, and half of Yun Wuya's body has already drilled in. Perhaps only half a foot is left outside. He Tiangang revealed a helpless expression. His current boundary could barely be considered to be on the same level as Yun Wuya, so he could feel it more clearly. It was because of this that he was even more certain of the massive disparity between them. Moreover, there was something that He Tiangang didn't say. As an elder of the old king's bloodline, how could Yun Wuya not have some hidden cards in his hands? For him to appear in Dark Peak City at this time and manage the affairs of the old king's bloodline, that was more than enough to demonstrate his status. No hidden cards? Haha, that was definitely impossible. Of course, while this was what he said, he still had to take a stand. As a subordinate, wasn't it their job to share the burden of their master in critical moments? It was fine if they didn't do well, but they had to show their attitude. He Tiangang took a deep breath. Sir, if we really have to fight, then if I go all out I should be able to delay Yun Wuya for a moment. Old Fox glanced at him. This old black dog's brain had clearly developed a second time recently. He was actually able to speak such words. He could already see that although Qin Yu asked this and his tone was filled with unwillingness, the truth was that he wasn't prepared to fight with the old king's bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't have said such words so directly. It was more likely that he was just venting the dissatisfaction in his heart. As expected, Qin Yu only shook his head and didn't say anything. He Tiangang relaxed a little. How wonderful it was to be alive. Moreover, he could already see the possibility of breaking into the king's step. It was best if they didn't fight, it was best if they didn't fight. Old Fox hesitated for a moment. Sir, may I ask what happened? He had long been curious about the relationship between the old king's bloodline and Qin Yu. Both sides had been harmonious before, so why did they suddenly want to fight after just a short visit? He had seen relationships deteriorate before, but rarely did they deteriorate so quickly. Qin Yu angrily waved his hand. This matter wasn't easy to explain. Did he have to tell them that he was being forced into marriage? These two old demons might not say anything, but they were definitely laughing in their hearts. Moreover, their instincts might try to persuade him to agree. After all, no matter how he looked at it, Qin Yu wouldn't suffer a loss. Moreover, this matter involved far too many people. If even the tiniest bit of it leaked out, he would be in deep trouble. He could only suppress it in his heart. I'm going to rest. If there's nothing important, don't disturb me. As Qin Yu spoke, he stood up and left, meeting with Mianya, who had just returned with tea. She quickly retreated to the side. After Qin Yu left, she looked up, a depressed expression on her face. What was wrong with her recently? Qin Yu always had an annoyed expression on his face, making it so that she didn't even have a chance to display her skills. If things continued like this, it would be troublesome. As Mianya was feeling gloomy about her future, Qin Yu was pacing back and forth in his room. Thoughts kept popping up in his mind and then being rejected. The old king's bloodline was about to be finished. In their eyes, Qin Yu was a treasure that could extend the lives of their entire family. If he wanted them to give up, it would be simple. All he had to do was find something that could extend their lives and make an exchange. But while it was simple to say this, the difficulty of accomplishing this was astonishing. Otherwise, the old king's bloodline wouldn't have been forced to this step. Qin Yu lifted a hand and knocked his forehead. There was no need to be anxious. He needed to slowly analyze the situation. That sly old fox Yunwuya. The reason he wanted to give this woman to him was because he wanted to give the old king's bloodline some hope for the future. Of course, it could also be 2, 3, or he could even be used as a stud horse. The more the better. The reason he did this was because of Yunlan. A woman couldn't become the new king. If that were the case, then even if they lost the throne and the old king's bloodline had their hands and feet chopped off, they still wouldn't be completely finished. The crux of the matter was that there was a problem with her body, and it was likely she wouldn't be able to continue acting. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. If he helped Yunlan solve the problem with her body, could he change Yunwuya's mind? As these thoughts raced through his mind several times, Qin Yu sighed, a helpless look on his face. He feared it wouldn't work. Yunlan's identity had already been suspected by others. She could hide once, but she couldn't hide forever. After all, there was no such thing as guarding against thieves all the time. Since there was a better choice that could solve the hidden dangers of the old king's bloodline in one go, there was no reason for Yunwuya to give up. Unless, he was given an even better option that he couldn't refuse. Qin Yu's complexion was cloudy and uncertain. His thoughts continued to race. He thought of all sorts of methods, but none of them satisfied him. At some point, Qin Yu felt as if he had grasped onto something. But it was like he hadn't grasped anything at all. What was it? He felt as if it was right beside him, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't grasp it. Yunlan, forced marriage, bloodline, like a bolt of lightning, the thick clouds instantly parted. Qin Yu's mind became clear and a sharp light shined in his eyes. Chapter 1106. Disregarding the situation that the old king's bloodline faced, the reason Yunwuya insisted on giving Yunlan to him was to borrow his seed. And the premise of this borrow seed was that Qin Yu's bloodline had to satisfy his needs, so that the old king's bloodline could give birth to sufficiently outstanding descendants. Even if they lost the qualifications to compete for the throne, these outstanding descendants would be enough to guarantee that the old king's bloodline wouldn't wither away. And in the distant future, there might even be a chance for them to make a comeback. After all, although a king was a king, it didn't mean that he couldn't die. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been today's struggle for the throne. Then, what if he directly gave him the throne? Or, to be more precise, could Qin Yu replace Yunlan's position and become the new choice of the old king's bloodline? In his chest, the heart of the abyss thumped. Qin Yu licked his lips, feeling his mouth go dry from his bold idea. If he succeeded, the harvests would be amazing. Qin Yu would be able to openly enter the nightmare ancestral land and solve all the mysteries. Bold was bold, but in reality it wasn't impossible. This was because Qin Yu's abyssal bloodline, strictly speaking, came from the previous Nightmare King. In terms of bloodline alone, Yunlan's direct descendant might not be purer than his, or rather, there was no way to compare. A bloodline obtained through inheritance and one obtained directly were not on the same level. It could be said that what flowed through Qin Yu's body was the bloodline of the previous Nightmare King. But even so, how could the old king's bloodline accept Qin Yu's proposal? This clearly wasn't a simple matter. With Yun Wuya's sly personality, if he learned of this, his first thought would be to steal away Qin Yu's bloodline. That's right, that had to be it. So, he couldn't let this sly old fox know of this. Then he could only start with Yunlan. After all, the only ones who had absolute influence on the old king's bloodline in Dark Peaks City were the two of them. Of course, even if there were a few more, the only one Qin Yu could come into contact with was this woman. He had saved Yunlan twice in succession, and since she had taken the initiative to propose marriage, it was likely that this woman was somewhat satisfied with him. Cough, cough, this was not boasting. Anyone with the slightest bit of thought would be able to guess this. Otherwise, there was no need for Yunlan to appear at all. He could have just left it to Yun Wuya. If that sly old fox really did make a move, it definitely wouldn't be as easy for him to delay for time. In any case, even if he failed to get in touch with her, the situation wouldn't necessarily go out of control all of a sudden. In truth, this was a bit risky. But the degree of risk was within his acceptable range. Do you know about the true form of a Titan? If that didn't work, he could still summon the demonic dragon elder to descend and protect himself. Perhaps there was a better method, but the time left for Qin Yu was extremely tight. Although Yun Wuya had been smiling brilliantly just now, from his expression, it could be seen that he was extremely anxious. One day, at most one day, if he didn't respond, this old fox would definitely make a move. He had to hurry. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He thought over this matter several times in his heart and then pushed open the door and left. He was going to find Yunlan. He smoothly arrived at the blue tile courtyard. Although he hadn't received an invitation, the guards still showed sufficient respect towards Qin Yu's arrival. They had no choice but to be respectful. Everyone knew that Qin Yu was an honored guest in the eyes of the young master and the elders. They couldn't afford to offend him. Your Excellency Qin Yu, I must apologize. Sir Yunlan has been invited by the City Lord Mansion to attend today's banquet and has yet to return. Looking at his complexion, the guard thought for a moment and said, "If you have an urgent matter, you can directly go to the banquet. The young master has instructed that no matter when you come, you can immediately see him." City Lord Mansion, Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. Then, he composed himself and boarded the carriage. To the City Lord Mansion. Lan Bo was a problem, but since Liao Shi hadn't killed him, he naturally had his reasons. Since that was the case, there was no need to hide. Even if his older brother was the City Lord of Dark Peak City, with Qin Yu's strength, he didn't need to fear him. Moreover, there was still the old king's bloodline. Before he could give a definite response, Yun Wuya would do everything in his power to ensure his safety. Speeding forwards, he arrived at the City Lord Mansion. There were already demons from the blue tile courtyard waiting outside. They respectfully bowed to Qin Yu and led him into the mansion through a side door. Dark Peak City was located in the ancestral land. The City Lord was also one of the key holders. Within the Nightmare race, he had a decisive status. The mansion was naturally built in a grand and majestic manner. Although it was slightly inferior to the blue tile courtyard, it was still majestic and imposing. The main hall where the banquet was being held was brightly lit at this moment. Countless beautiful demonesses were walking around. The well-dressed and calm guests were divided into small groups and chatting with each other. However, there was a hint of absent-mindedness in their eyes. The new City Lord Blue Sea had challenged the previous City Lord and killed him in a direct confrontation, forcefully seizing the position of City Lord. Afterwards, he kept a low profile. Although he hadn't been able to fully control the strength of Dark Peak City in a short period of time, He had managed to cut out most of the previous city lord's subordinates. The key point was that none of this had caused any disturbances and had been quietly resolved. From this, one could see that he was skilled. Strictly speaking, today's banquet was the first time that Blue Sea had taken the initiative to announce his existence after becoming the city lord. Moreover, this was a critical moment where the old king, ancient king, and new faction had all gathered. This was a struggle for the throne of the new king, so it naturally attracted even more attention. Could it be that Dark Peak City had already made a choice? It had to be known that Blue Sea was one of the key holders of the ancestral land. Although he hadn't risen for long, his decisions could undoubtedly affect the choices of many people. In this sort of situation, the invited guests certainly weren't in the mood to enjoy the banquet. Most of them were waiting for him to appear. He had invited the key figures of the three great influences here with such great fanfare. Was it just for a meal? Stop messing around. There had to be a proper attitude today. The demon brought Qin Yu to the entrance of the banquet hall and pointed to Yunlan's position. He respectfully bowed and left. Without hesitation, Qin Yu stepped into the hall. As he entered, Yunlan had already noticed him. He nodded in greeting and said a few words to the people around him. Some eyes fell on Qin Yu. After looking him up and down several times, they smiled and left. Yunlan walked over. The first thing she said was, "Your Excellency Qin Yu, have you thought about it?" This left Qin Yu speechless. He thought that this woman's acting skills were far too good. When it came to her own marriage, she was actually able to remain so calm. Fierce. Qin Yu shook his head and said, "I have a better plan. If you agree, then everyone will be happy." Yunlan furrowed her eyebrows. She looked at him and said, "I can listen to it. But to tell the truth, I don't favor your Excellency Qin Yu's plan." The patriarch was already worried. If he didn't agree, he feared he would suffer a bit. Qin Yu smiled. "I'll listen to it first. There's no loss in that." Yunlan nodded. She walked towards a corner. No matter what Qin Yu wanted to say, it was best not to let others know of this matter. Otherwise, it might stir up a storm again. City Lord Mansion, in a room somewhere. From the start of the banquet until now, City Lord Blue Sea had yet to appear. He was respectfully standing in front of a mirror. At this time, ripples were appearing on the surface of the mirror. A divine sense was probing out from within, conversing with him. He couldn't hear the voice of the divine sense in the mirror, only Blusia's reply could be heard. He furrowed his eyebrows and slowly said, "I can take this chance to express my position, but doing so will greatly affect him." He paused for a moment and said, "I have confidence in you, and I also believe that we will be the ones laughing in the end. But this requires a process, and during this process, he will have to bear a great deal of risk." His frown deepened. Blue Sea took a deep breath and said, "I can agree. But, no matter what the result is, you will need to compensate him for this matter. As for what I mentioned to you before, I hope you can agree to it." The ripples on the mirror continued to spread out. After several breaths of time, Blue Sea respectfully bowed. "Thank you, my lord. I will arrange it." The ripples gradually calmed down and dissipated. When everything returned to normal, all that was in front of him was an ordinary mirror. Blue Sea stood up straight. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Then, he turned and pushed open the door. Outside the courtyard, Lan Bo hurriedly bowed. "Big brother." Blue Sea glanced at him. "Proceed according to the plan. You will need to take some risks, but with me here, nothing will happen. Moreover, I have already asked for a reward for you. It will be of great help to your future cultivation." Lan Bo said, "I will listen to Big Brother's instructions." A happy light flashed in his eyes. His big brother would never harm him. Since he wanted him to do something, even if the other party had an honored status, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. As for the reward, Lan Bo knew what it was. After obtaining it, it could help him break through his current boundary in the shortest possible time. Blue Sea waved his hand. Go and prepare. Yes, big brother. Lan Bo turned and left. Looking at his back, Blucia's eyes were deep. After several breaths of time, he gently sighed. In truth, Yun Lan was stunned by Qin Yu's plan. He really dared to dream. Of course, Qin Yu couldn't say that he already knew that Yun Lan was a woman and that he had completely grasped onto the weakness of the old king's bloodline. It was not difficult for him to change his words and express his attitude. The key was to let the old king's bloodline understand his meaning. Facing Yun Lan's wide and shocked eyes, Qin Yu coughed and said, I know that this proposal is absurd, but Sir Yun Lan, if you think about it carefully, you might be able to succeed. Of course, I am a man of my word. I will not covet the throne of the new king. Once I succeed, I will hand it over to you as soon as possible. Yun Lan took a deep breath. He subconsciously looked around and roared out loud, You are insane! Do not speak of this matter again. If the patriarch learns of your intentions, no one will be able to save you. The king of nightmares, that was the king of nightmares. He represented supreme authority. Moreover, this matter simply didn't have the slightest possibility of success. Taking 10,000 steps back, even if he succeeded by a fluke, would Qin Yu really give up his authority? What kind of joke was this? Even a fool wouldn't believe such a thing. The old king's bloodline expended all of their strength to help you ascend to the throne. Then, they waited, and now you want to give it to us? This was simply ridiculous. Yun Lan's reaction was within Qin Yu's expectations. It was only slightly stronger than he expected, but since he didn't immediately turn hostile, there was still room for discussion. He took a deep breath and was about to continue speaking when he suddenly frowned and looked to the side. A woman seemed to be drunk as she staggered over. Although she had changed her clothes and the light in the corner wasn't too bright, Qin Yu was still able to recognize who she was with a single glance. Spring Wind 13th Lady. As he thought, Lan Bo hadn't died. He had returned. But he never imagined that he would bring this woman back with him. Qin Yu frowned. He subconsciously took a step back and hid himself in the shadows. He had said before that he wouldn't be afraid, but at this time he didn't want to cause any problems. Dealing with Yun Lan was the most important thing. He didn't have time to waste with these people. But, just because Qin Yu didn't want to stir up trouble didn't mean that he would avoid trouble on his own initiative. Chapter 1107. It had to be said that Spring Wind 13th Lady was absolutely flirtatious to the bone. Perhaps her looks weren't at the top, but in terms of seduction, she was absolutely at the top. Moreover, she was currently drunk and powerless. If it were any other man, they would probably wish for her to fall into their arms. But Yun Lan wasn't a man. She frowned and reached out a hand to block. Strength shot out from her palm, shaking Spring Wind 13th Lady back. With a loud cry, 13th Lady was sent flying away. There was a ripping sound in midair, and a large part of her dress was torn, revealing her white skin. How bold you dare to bully my woman! With angry roars, several figures rushed over. Qin Yu's eyebrows arched up. He wasn't unfamiliar with this voice. It was Lan Bo. This brat actually didn't know Yun Lan's identity? No, Spring Wind 13th Lady wasn't a truly delicate woman. Why would she be drunk in such a place? Moreover, Yun Lan had only pushed her and hadn't torn her clothes. And in addition, Lan Bo and the others who had just been in trouble had immediately jumped out to attack Yun Lan? These people were quite bold. Even if Lan Bo was supported by Dark Peak City Lord Lan Hai, did they not fear the revenge of the old king's bloodline? Or could it be that they had already made plans and weren't afraid at all? Attack! Take them down! Lan Hai roared in exasperation, unable to restrain his anger. Several demons leapt forward. Their auras weren't weak, but to Yun Lan, they weren't a threat at all. Even if her injuries hadn't healed yet, dealing with these people was still easy. With a flick of her sleeves, the void trembled. Waves of demonic power rolled out and the demons that leapt over were sent tumbling away with miserable cries. Although they were in a corner of the banquet hall, since they had attacked, the fluctuations of demonic power were instantly sensed by everyone in the hall. Eyes gathered and their complexions changed. They were all wondering where this bastard had come from and how he dared to attack Yunlan. After the accident in 9 Netherworld Pagoda, Yun Wuya had nearly shed all pretense of cordiality. Recently, he had been at loggerheads with the Nightmare Tribe's elders. If anyone dared to show any ill intentions towards Yunlan, this old thing would definitely flip out. In their eyes, Lan Bo was an unfamiliar face. They had never seen him before. However, in a situation like this, the more unfamiliar it was, the better. If they didn't have anything to do with it, they wouldn't be implicated. That old bastard Yun Wuya had a belly full of rage that he had nowhere to vent, so they didn't want to be the target of his ire. Shwa shwa, several city lords' mansion guards moved like lightning. In a breath's time, he arrived at a corner of the banquet hall. Young Master Lan Bo, after seeing both sides clearly, the expressions of the guards changed, and they subconsciously exclaimed in a low voice. Anxiety appeared in their eyes. Obviously, they did not expect that the one who was in conflict with Yunlan would actually be him. The expressions of everyone at the banquet changed. It had already been mentioned earlier that the city lord of Yifeng was not a nobody. He possessed an extremely important position in the Nightmare Tribe. Everyone subconsciously paid more attention to the city lord's mansion, especially at the critical moment when the battle for the new king was about to begin. Many people knew that Lan Hai City Lord had sent his subordinates across dozens of abysses to bring his only brother to Evil Peak City. It went without saying how much he valued him. Now, Lan Bo and Yunlan were in conflict. Although this matter didn't seem like much, at this critical moment, who could guarantee that there wasn't some deeper meaning behind it? What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and take him down! Lan Bo roared out through clenched teeth. Qin Yu glanced over. This boy's acting skills weren't bad. There wasn't a single flaw on the surface. However, what was the point of all this today? As the dignified city lord of Yifeng, even if he had already expressed his stance, did he really need to make a vague response to something like this? If that was really the case, then wouldn't he be too petty? As for truly harming Yunlan, humph, although he didn't want to admit it, with that sly old fox Yun Wuya present, the city lord's mansion wouldn't have the courage to do so. Moreover, with so many people watching, they wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Qin Yu was curious in his heart, and in addition to the fact that everything was still under his control, he took 2 more steps back and hid himself in the shadows, tossing this matter over to Yunlan to handle. Of course, Qin Yu had to admit that deep in his heart, he did have some dark thoughts. For instance, the city lord's mansion would become enemies with the old king because of this matter. The opponent of an opponent might not be a friend, but when they came into contact with each other, it was still possible to instinctively feel closer. Although he hadn't met City Lord of Yifeng before, with Liao Shi's actions and Lan Bo still alive and well, it would be difficult for them to meet and smile at each other. Of course, this was just a thought. At the very least, today's matter had nothing to do with Qin Yu. At most, he would be watching from the sidelines. The several city lords' mansion guards had wooden faces. They nearly cried as they heard this. My young master, you really know how to stir up trouble. Who is this? The successor of the old king's bloodline. The new king has a chance of ascending to the throne. Small characters like us can be crushed to pieces with a wave of his hand. If you want us to capture them, you might as well just directly kill them. That way, you'll be happy and won't bring trouble to your family. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva with difficulty, one of the guards said, Young master, do you think this matter, is there some kind of misunderstanding? Misunderstanding? Lan Bo's voice rose a few octaves. He pointed at Yunlan. This bastard touched my woman just now. I saw it with my own eyes. How can it be fake? Spring Breeze 13th Lady whimpered, and tried to pull her dress to cover her exposed skin. However, the tear was too big, and it was even more alluring to cover it up. In addition, the side of her face that was exposed. Tsk, she was indeed a beauty. Just those eyes and small mouth were really unbearable. It was said that Yun Lan of the old king's bloodline was obsessed with cultivation and did not get close to women. Could it be that the rumors were wrong? No, even if the rumors were right, it was normal for his personality to change after experiencing the assassination. In addition, he drank some wine and met such a beauty. Tsk, this was not good to look at. No wonder Lan Bo was furious. How could someone of his background tolerate his woman being offended? Of course, although Lan Bo's status in Yifeng City was not low, he still had to lower his head in today's matter. Let alone touching her, even if Yun Lan snatched her and threw her on the bed, would he fall out with the old king's bloodline just because of a woman? Stop messing around. None of us are brainless idiots. Yun Lan frowned, a cold light flashing in her eyes. She knew who Lan Bo was, but she never thought that she would have a conflict with him. The old king's bloodline was also trying to win Lan Hai over to his side and vote for the old king's bloodline. At this time, it was not good to clash with him. She took a deep breath and slowly said, "Sir Lan Bo, it is best if you investigate this matter clearly. I did not touch your woman." When everyone heard this, they immediately knew that Yun Lan was saving face. Otherwise, with her status, there was no need for her to be so polite. Qin Yu glanced at her. Could this woman not see that the other side was doing this on purpose? Oh, that was not right. Although they had not had much contact, Yun Lan still had a brain. Although she had felt that her chest was very busty, in other words, she had sensed it but was enduring it? With the old king's bloodline's status and strength, did they need to fear the city lord of Yifeng City? Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He felt that he had underestimated the power of Yifeng City. Chapter 1108. In fact, his thoughts weren't wrong. The status of the city lord of Dark Peak was far more important than he expected. This was why this scene had attracted the attention of everyone in the banquet hall. Several sweating guards were finally saved. The one walking over was Lord Qing Hai, one of the city lord's trusted subordinates. Since he had stepped forward, there was no room for them to continue participating. The guards quickly bowed. Qing Hai revealed a bitter expression. He bowed and said, "Greetings, Sir Cloudbillow. Today's matter must have been a misunderstanding. Sir Lan Bo did not recognize Sir's status, and if he offended you before, I ask that Sir be magnanimous enough to forgive him." This was the correct way to handle things. It seemed that it really was just a coincidence. But Lan Bo actually didn't recognize Cloudbillow. It seemed that this second young master of the City Lord Mansion was as ridiculously fierce as the rumors said. In the past, a group of City Lord Mansion guards had been poisoned to death and Lan Bo had also been wounded. Afterwards, he had lived in seclusion to recuperate. Lan Hai had flown into a furious rage because of this and had even hunted down some people. It was said that the cause of this was a woman. Could it be that that woman was the one who was crying miserably on the ground? A femme fatale, truly a femme fatale. Lan Bo had already suffered a loss once, and yet he still hadn't learned his lesson. With such a playboy temperament, sooner or later there would be a great deal of trouble. Lan Bo's complexion changed, but he still remained gloomy. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Qing Hai, who is this person?" It seemed that he still didn't want to give up. This caused the crowd of demons to laugh inwardly and look down on him even more. With Qing Hai's status and his current attitude, wasn't it enough to explain everything? For a woman, he was simply blinding himself with lust. Qing Hai's face stiffened. He took a deep breath and respectfully said, "Second young master, Sir Cloudbillow is a descendant of the late king's bloodline and has an incomparably honored status. He would never do something that would harm his own life." Just what sort of heroic figure was the city lord? How could he have such an idiot younger brother? If it were anyone else, he would have already reprimanded them. Lan Bo's complexion changed and fear appeared in his eyes. But when he looked at the ground and saw Lady 13 crying in grief, he couldn't help but blush red, a look of shame and indignation on his face. Now that he knew Yunlan's identity, he was afraid, but he was also a little unwilling. His current performance fully revealed his identity as a hedonistic son of a rich family. Qin Yu wasn't like the surrounding demons. Because of Lan Bo's actions, he didn't find it laughable or disdainful. He subconsciously frowned, a strange light in his eyes. Although he didn't have much contact with Lan Bo, he was still quite clever and decisive at times. This was evident from the fact that Liao Shi had turned hostile and left the blood-eyed demon race's leader without any hesitation before revealing his identity. Hence, even though he knew Yunlan's identity, he still acted like this. It was obvious that something was amiss. Besides, others might not know Spring Breeze 13th Lady's identity, but Qin Yu was very clear about it. Although she did not know how this woman got together with Lan Bo, they definitely did not have that kind of feelings for each other. Would Lan Bo do this for her? What a joke. If Qin Yu had some speculations before, then now he could confirm that Lan Bo was indeed coming for Cloudbillow. It seemed that Eventide City had made a choice. Although he didn't know which of the three giants it was, it definitely wasn't the old king's bloodline. In other words, Cloudbillow's current forbearance was meaningless. However, what was Lan Bo's reason for doing this? Was it really just to show his attitude, and perhaps he could give a small blow to Cloudbillow's reputation? Just as Qin Yu was thinking, his nose suddenly twitched. Where did this fragrance come from? It seemed to be Spring Breeze 13th Lady who had fallen to the ground. He didn't know what this smell was made of, but it smelled quite good. Qin Yu subconsciously took 2 more breaths. The heart of the abyss in his chest beat faster, and the demonic energy in his body was more lively than before. Something's wrong? Although the change wasn't great, Qin Yu instantly discovered the change in his body, and his expression changed. This fragrance seemed to be able to arouse the power in his body. After carefully sensing it, he didn't notice anything wrong. Could it be a coincidence? His gaze turned to Cloudbillow. Her expressionless face now revealed a hint of red, and there was a hint of unease in her eyes. That's enough. Since it was a misunderstanding, there is no need to say anything more. I didn't take this matter to heart, Cloudbillow said. She glanced at Lan Bo and then at Spring Breeze 13th Lady on the ground. Convey my apologies to the city lord. I have other matters to attend to today, so I will bid my farewells. She turned to leave. Cheng Hai's complexion changed. It was impossible for the old king's bloodline not to know how important today's banquet was. Yet, Cloudbillow wanted to leave early? It was only a minor matter, so why was she so angry? That shouldn't be the case. He had heard that Sir Cloudbillow of the old king's bloodline was a true dragon amongst men, so how could he not tolerate such a minor matter? The city lord still hadn't expressed his stance. Only when the 3 giants gathered together would they be able to obtain the greatest benefits. If Cloudbillow left early, it might affect the city lord's plans. Thinking of this, Cheng Hai became even more dissatisfied with Lan Bo. But if Cloudbillow wanted to leave with his status, he couldn't stop him. He could only worry. At this time, a calm voice suddenly sounded out. Every syllable was filled with a powerful aura. Lan Bo, you are far too insolent. Immediately apologize to Sir Cloudbillow. Lan Hai stepped forwards. There were some similarities between his appearance and Lan Bo's, but the powerful aura he exuded was far from what Lan Bo could compare with. Anyone who saw this would praise him as a dragon amongst men. Wherever he went, everyone in the hall would make way for him and salute. City Lord. Greetings, City Lord. Lan Hai smiled and nodded. His expression was calm, as if he didn't care about the current situation at all. Cloudbillow paused. He cupped his hands together and said, City Lord Lan Hai. Sir Cloudbillow, my little brother has been spoiled since childhood, resulting in his arrogant temperament. Today, he has offended Sir Cloudbillow. This is a grave mistake. Yun Hai's tone was harsh. He glared at Lan Bo. You bastard, apologize. Lan Bo's neck shrank back, and he revealed a wronged expression mixed with fear. He reluctantly bowed. I'm sorry, I was blind. I ask for Sir Cloudbillow's forgiveness. This scene surprised many people. Could it be that they had guessed incorrectly? Were the Lan brothers playing a trick of retreating in order to advance? They had clearly offended Cloudbillow, but in truth they wanted to use this matter to express their true stance. Had Irving City chosen the old king's bloodline? For a time, everyone in the hall stared with wide eyes. They were all shocked, some were excited, some were watching, some were cold. If Irving City really did stand behind the old king's bloodline, this would mean that they had gained another vote. The gap in strength between them and the ancient king's bloodline would shrink, and it would be even more difficult to predict who the new king would belong to. Cloudbillow hesitated for a moment. Originally, she didn't think too much about it. She only thought that Lan Hai's little brother was ignorant and incompetent. But just now she smelled a faint fragrance. Although it wasn't strong, it was enough to arouse the demonic energy within her body. Faintly, there were even signs that things were about to go out of her control. Thus, she had decided to leave. At the same time, she felt a chill in her heart. After connecting the dots, she came to the conclusion that Irving City had made a choice. But now, could it be that she had been wrong? The battle for the new king was imminent. Even if the old king's bloodline couldn't succeed, if they could win over the recently rising city lord of Irving City, their influence would greatly increase. Even if the new king was crowned, they would have to worry about dealing with the old king's bloodline. It had to be known that City Lord Irving held a crucial vote in his hands. In this aspect, his status in the Nightmare Tribe was even higher than that of the tribe elders. Yun Wuya had nearly torn apart all pretense of cordiality with the Council of Elders for the sake of the family's inheritance. A majestic king-level existence had already begun to act shamelessly. Taking a deep breath, Cloudbillow sensed the strength in her body. Although it was a little unstable, it was still under control. Nothing should happen in the time it took to say a few words. She still had to leave, but before that, she had to calm Lan Hai's emotions and avoid any unexpected losses. Making up her mind, Cloudbillow smiled and said, "It's fine. Sir Lan Bo has just come to Irving City and I have never met you before. Today we meet again." Lan Hai laughed. "I have long heard that Sir Cloudbillow is a magnanimous person. Now that I have seen you today, you are truly admirable." As he spoke, he turned and angrily shouted, "Hurry up and thank the young master." Lan Bo obediently bowed. "Thank you, Sir Cloudbillow." Cloudbillow nodded and said, "I just received a message from the tribe elders. There is indeed an urgent matter that needs to be dealt with, so I will leave the banquet early. I hope that City Lord doesn't mind." After a slight pause, she smiled and said, "In 2 days, if City Lord is free, you can come to the Blue Tile Courtyard as a guest. The tribe elders greatly admire City Lord." Lan Hai wore a smile on his face, as if he was extremely pleased that he had received Yun Wuya's praise. "That's simple. Once I've taken care of the matters at hand, I'll definitely pay you a visit. I'm also filled with admiration for your reputation, family elder." Cloudbillow's eyes brightened and she was pleasantly surprised. She had expressed the goodwill of the old king's bloodline, and Lan Hai had responded without hesitation. It had to be known that this was no longer a private meeting between the two sides. Before the matter was settled, they could fall out with each other at any time. In today's banquet hall, the old king, the ancient king, and the new faction had all gathered together. There were also a massive number of demon influences that had the qualifications to participate in the struggle for the throne. Although the two sides hadn't spoken much, their attitudes had already been decided. One could sense this from the paled faces of the people in the hall. In other words, after Lan Hai expressed his stance, there was almost no possibility of him going back on his word. Otherwise, in the eyes of everyone present, he would become a villain that went back on his word. As the dignified city lord of Urgent Peak, he wouldn't do something that would be ridiculed by others. There was even a chance that he would lose his position as city lord of Urgent Peak. After all, Lon Hai had risen at an astonishing speed, but he hadn't had the time to manage it, and his clan's foundation was shallow. How could someone that could suddenly rise and become the city lord of Urgent Peak not think of this? So at this moment, Cloudbillow truly believed that Lon Hai had chosen the old king's bloodline. She was pleasantly surprised by this. Qin Yu could see the subtle changes on her face. He curled his lips inwardly and thought to himself that this woman was truly an idiot. Are you really the symbol of the old king's bloodline these past few years? Haha, with this level of skill, it's really quite bad. Refined mountains and rivers. Chapter 1109. Blue Sea revealed a regretful expression. Sir Cloudbillow and I felt like old friends at first sight. I originally wanted to talk through the night, but Sir has important matters to attend to. He suddenly clapped his hands. I have a presumptuous proposal. If the matter of the Patriarch isn't a secret, I wonder if we can invite him to the City Lord Mansion? With so many people gathered here today, this is an excellent opportunity. Opportunity? What opportunity? Of course it was Dark Peak City taking advantage of this to express their stance. Blue Sea's meaning was that he needed the old king's bloodline to show enough sincerity. Only if the Patriarch and Cloudbillow were present would it be effective. Cloudbillow was pleasantly surprised. She faintly felt that things were proceeding so smoothly that it was inconceivable. The old king's bloodline didn't have much of a connection with this newly risen city lord. But in today's situation, as long as Blue Sea expressed his stance, it was impossible for him to go back on his word. This was clearly an opportunity that couldn't be missed. What should she do? Did she really have to invite the Patriarch over? Her current condition could be considered stable. Although the strength within her was a bit restless, after she suppressed it, it gradually calmed down. Perhaps she really was overthinking things. Although she didn't know why the fragrance she smelled could cause the strength within her to become restless, it didn't seem to be harmful to her at all. As long as the Patriarch came, her safety wouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Cloudbillow subconsciously turned to look at Qin Yu, who was hiding in the shadows. That fellow was still here. Although she hadn't had much contact with Qin Yu, she didn't know why, but whenever she was with him, she felt calm. Would he also protect her? Cloudbillow took a deep breath and suppressed the hesitation in her heart. The opportunity was right in front of her. For her family, even if there were some risks, she could bear it. Since the city lord is so sincere, as she spoke to hear, her voice came to an abrupt stop. Cloudbillow's face flushed red and panic filled her eyes. At this moment, the strength within her was like a volcano that had awakened from a deep slumber. It crazily attacked her suppression, and her aura violently fluctuated. A sharp light flashed in Blue Mark's eyes. He revealed a look of concern. Sir Cloudbillow, what is it? As he spoke, he moved forwards, seeming as if he wanted to help her up. His expression was perfect. Anyone who saw this would think that the city lord was worried about Cloudbillow's condition and wanted to help her. City Lord, please stop. The blue tile courtyard servants that had gathered and followed Cloudbillow to the banquet hurried in front. Although they did not know what had happened, it was clear that they could not allow anyone to get close to Yunlan. Yunlan gritted his teeth and said reluctantly, "It's fine. It's just an old wound left after the 9 Netherworld Tower was attacked. I'll take my leave today." She turned around to leave. Lon Hai frowned. "Young Master Yunlan is my honored guest. If something happens to him during the banquet, it will be my responsibility. In my opinion, young Master Yunlan is not suffering from an old injury. Instead, he is suffering from an extremely terrifying devilish poison." As he spoke, his eyes revealed a cold light. He swept over the blue tile courtyard in front of him. "You bastards, if you don't leave and delay treatment, who will bear the responsibility?" As he spoke, He flicked his sleeves and forced the hesitating cultivators back. Then, he raised his hand to grab Zhang Xian. Yun Lan's lips moved, but before she could say anything, she was imprisoned by an invisible force. She watched as Blue Sea reached out to grab her, and despair filled her heart. Everything that happened today was a trap for her. Blucia's earlier performance had indeed bewitched her. In fact, everyone in the hall was convinced that after today, Blucia's stance would be confirmed, and that Erfeng City would stand behind the former king's bloodline. But in reality, what if something happened to the former king's bloodline? Or, to be more precise, once her identity was exposed, Blue Sea would effortlessly overturn everything he said before. After all, how could a woman have the qualifications to obtain the support of Erfeng City? They might even use this matter to fiercely strike at the former king's bloodline. Qin Yu is still by my side, he will protect me. Qin Yu, save me, save me. As if he could hear Yun Lan's helpless pleas, Qin Yu, who was hiding in the shadows, suddenly stepped forwards. Lan Hai had already noticed him. Standing in the shadows, Qin Yu frowned, but his attack didn't stop at all. Bang! In the next moment, a deep explosion erupted in the hall. Wild strength shot out in all directions, cutting through the blue stones on the floor, causing massive cracks to appear. Lan Hai took a step back, his feet sinking into the ground. He put his trembling hands behind his back and revealed a look of surprise. He coldly said, "Who are you? Could it be you who poisoned Yun Lan's young master?" The ground beneath Qin Yu's feet also began to crack apart. He glanced at Lan Hai, not saying anything. He reached out and grabbed onto Yun Lan. As he thought, the strength within this woman's body had already gone berserk. It was even fiercer than that day in the Nine Nether Pagoda. This stupid woman, she had actually been schemed against so easily. If he wasn't here today, haha, the former king's bloodline would be in for some fun. Disregarding the fact that Qin Yu's plan would require the full cooperation of the former king's bloodline, just the connection between the two of them was inexplicable. Qin Yu absolutely couldn't watch on helplessly as Yun Lan was schemed against by others. It was simple to watch from the sidelines, but if he wasn't careful, there was a chance that he would also be drawn in. With a thought, his strength broke into Yun Lan's body. The rampaging strength within her immediately eased a little. But the fragrance she inhaled was clearly deliberately targeted at Yun Lan. Even with Qin Yu's help, he couldn't completely suppress it. But at the very least, Yun Lan's situation was much better than before. She let out a deep breath and looked at Qin Yu. She said in a low voice, "City Lord Lan Hai, there is no need to worry. Sir Qin is a good friend of mine. Today, I invited him to participate in this honor meeting." She paused for a moment and then continued, "As for being poisoned, City Lord is worrying too much. This is just an old injury acting up." Qin Yu glanced at her. This woman was sometimes stupid, but now she seemed to be quite smart. As long as she didn't expose herself, then even if Lan Hai's words were fake, he would still have to consider them. Even if he wanted to go back on his words, he would still have to consider them carefully. Lan Hai nodded. "So that's how it is." "That's true." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu suddenly stepped forwards. With a loud bang, Spring Wind 13th Lady was sent flying backwards. She crashed into a wall and spat out a mouthful of blood. This scene caused many people to widen their eyes. Who was this Xing? How could she be so insolent? Interrupting Lan Hai was one reason. She clearly knew that this woman was Lan Bo's exclusive property, yet she still dared to be so heavy-handed. Moreover, the key point was that this woman hadn't done anything at all and had suffered such a heavy kick. No matter how they looked at it, it was as if she was deliberately slapping her face. As for whose face was she slapping? Lan Bo had definitely been slapped, but what about Lan Hai, who was standing in front of them and about to speak? The slaps on the face were also very loud. Being slapped in the face in front of others was naturally something that made people very unhappy, let alone the noble city lord of Evil Peak. But now, Lan Hai's eyes flashed with a hint of joy. What he was afraid of now was that Yun Lan insisted on leaving. If that happened, the plan would completely fail, and he would also be in no small trouble. As long as he tangled with her for a while longer, she definitely wouldn't be able to hold on. Therefore, in his opinion, Qin Yu's kick was very good. Of course, good was good, but this matter definitely wouldn't be easily forgotten. Lan Hai glanced at Lan Bo from the corner of his eyes. At a time like this, it was naturally time for him to step forward. It would be best if there was another conflict with Qin Yu. At that time, he would have a reason to intervene. As long as there was a conflict, Yun Lan and the others could forget about leaving. As for Yun Wuyao, he wasn't too worried. The plan had already begun. That old fellow would definitely be entangled, and wouldn't be able to rush over so quickly. What was Xing Xing doing? Why did she lower her head? Hurry up and say something. But now, Lan Hai could only feel panic and fear from her body. His eyes darkened and he didn't bother to seek out the reason. He said in a low voice, "Your Excellency Qin Yu is quite impressive. You actually dare to injure someone in my city lord mansion." It was impossible for him to let them leave. If Lan Bo didn't step forward, he could only do it himself. Although this was a bit deliberate, he couldn't care about such things. Yun Lan pursed her lips. She knew that Qin Yu had already discovered that the fragrance that had caused her to be tricked had come from this woman. In other words, he really did know, and even before she helped her, he already knew? Thinking of this, even if she was wrong, Yun Lan's eyes still flashed with shame and panic. Could it be that when she mentioned marriage to him that day, Qin Yu already knew about it? In other words, he had been watching the play the entire time. Moreover, Qin Yu clearly knew that it was her who had rejected this hateful fellow. Qin Yu didn't know that Yun Lan, who had her head lowered beside him, was already roaring at him inwardly. He glanced at Lan Hai and lightly said, "This woman is called Spring Wind 13th Lady. She attacked me before. I kicked her and didn't kill her, which is already showing mercy. City Lord, if you don't believe me, you can ask her." As he spoke, his eyes fell on Spring Wind 13th Lady. There was a cold light in his eyes. The woman stiffened. She wiped the blood from her mouth and met Lan Hai's eyes with a quick nod. Although she knew that this wasn't the response that Lan Hai wanted to see, she was more afraid that Qin Yu would reveal her relationship with Blood Eye. At that time, she would really die a graveless death. Lan Hai's eyes darkened. He turned to Lan Bo and said, "Is there such a thing? I have never heard of you, Lan Bo. You and 13th Lady met on the road to Evil Peak City. In other words, you also know His Excellency Qin Yu?" "Yes, elder brother." Lan Bo spoke with difficulty. He glanced at Qin Yu and then subconsciously looked around. He didn't see Liao Shi and the others, but he still felt a bit relieved. These bastards, they had actually chased them all the way to Evil Peak City. Just what were they planning on doing? As for Liao Shi and Qin Yu's identities, he was sure that they came from one of the most ancient and powerful royal clans in the Abyss. Although the Nightmare race was said to be ranked in the top 10 royal clans of the Abyss, this was only a title that represented their numbers. True rankings didn't exist in the Abyss. There were some abyssal royal clans that had existed for a long time. Although their reputations weren't too resounding, they were existences that truly stood at the peak of the Abyss. For instance, the royal clans that Liao Shi and Qin Yu came from were in no way weaker than the Nightmare race. In other words, if both sides were to shed all pretense of cordiality, then even if his elder brother was the city lord of Evil Peak City, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. In fact, he might even provoke a great deal of trouble. Moreover, Lan Bo himself was someone that Qin Yu had grasped onto. He had made a deal with Blood Eye, and there was also the fact that after the Blood Eye leader learned of Lan Hai's existence, he was actually willing to let him leave. These were all landmines. Once they were detonated, the consequences would be inconceivable. Lan Bo's thoughts raced. His complexion paled and sweat streamed down his body. Qin Yu smiled. Sir Lan Bo is very hospitable and once traveled with me. We parted ways in a hurry, but I never thought we would meet again today. Lan Bo squeezed out a smile. To be able to meet the simple Sir Qin Yu is my honor. It doesn't matter if it's an honor or not. But I kicked Sir Lan Bo's beloved woman today. Is there any problem with this? No, it was that slut who sought death herself. Sir Qin Yu only kicked her once. That is already a mercy beyond the law. Qin Yu nodded. If that's the case, then we will bid our farewells. Supporting Zhuolan, he turned and walked out. Several servants from the blue tile courtyard that had been sent flying hurriedly followed behind. In the grand hall, many guests widened their eyes. They were all wondering just who this Sir Qin Yu was. It seemed that he had a deep background. Otherwise, why would he be able to intimidate Lan Bo so much that he didn't dare to say anything else? Lan Hai took a deep breath. He glanced at Lan Bo. He had a deep understanding of this little brother of his. Just who was this Qin Yu? His plan had failed, so he was sure to be disappointed. But, for Lan Hai to have his current status, how could he not be shrewd? He took a deep breath and suppressed all his emotions. A smile reappeared on his face. For today's banquet, it was because I didn't make sufficient preparations and allowed everyone to see a joke. Sir Cloudbillow isn't feeling well, so I can only leave early. It is truly regretful. As he spoke, he clapped his hands and the banquet officially began. After staying in the hall for a while, a smiling Lan Bo walked out. His complexion immediately darkened and he said, "Just what happened?" Lan Bo had a sad expression. "Big brother, you can't provoke this Qin Yu." Chapter 11:10. Lan Bo wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't act according to his big brother's wishes today, so he didn't dare to continue hiding anything. He recounted everything that had happened, especially focusing on the 3 demon commander-level guards that followed Liao Shi and Qin Yu. He didn't even hide the existence of Greasy Eye. "Big brother, that's how it is. Qin Yu and those people really cannot be provoked, otherwise we will be in deep trouble." Lan Hai's complexion darkened. He looked at him and slowly said, "You are saying that the leader of Greasy Eye was willing to let you go?" Lan Bo nodded vigorously. "What did he say? What expression did he have?" Lan Bo looked at his big brother, a bit puzzled. But facing this question, he could only try his best to recall. He hesitated for a moment and then said, "I felt that he was a bit surprised and also a bit cynical. In short, he didn't have much killing intent towards me." Lan Hai slowly nodded. He closed his eyes and opened them again. "Do not mention this matter to anyone. You may leave." "Yes." Lan Bo felt as if he had been granted amnesty. Behind him, Lan Hai's voice echoed out. "Don't randomly walk around during this period of time. I will order someone to bring you to a seclusion area to cultivate." Lan Bo quickly nodded. After his figure left, Lan Hai let out a breath. A complex expression crossed his face. He muttered, "So I died at your hands. What an unexpected harvest." As he spoke, his expression became tranquil. But the slightly bulging blood vessels on his neck indicated that this wasn't the case in his heart. He had spent an incalculable amount of blood, sweat, and tears to cultivate his avatar. Although because of an accident, the avatar had become unreachable, as long as it was alive, the two were one. This wouldn't change. Being killed wasn't just an avatar, but it had completely disrupted all of Lan Hai's plans for the future. Although a mature and wise leader wouldn't only prepare a single path for themselves, Lan Hai did have a backup plan. But, without a doubt, the difficulty and degree of danger involved would be extremely high. If he wasn't careful, he feared he would be buried within. "So, you will have to take responsibility for this matter." Lan Hai let out a breath, a cold light flashing in his eyes. But there were some things that couldn't be rushed. As Lan Bo said, these two people inevitably had formidable backgrounds. Before confirming his identity, and before he had enough weight, he would try his best to avoid conflict with him. There were infinite possibilities in the future. Moreover, he wasn't the only one who wanted to tear Qin Yu to shreds. As the carriage drove out of the city lord's residence, without Yun Lan's orders, the blue tile courtyard's guards had already sent out a distress signal. More than a dozen guards surrounded the carriage, their expressions extremely solemn. The coachman's whip was almost like a phantom as it lashed out, not caring about the damage it would cause to the demon beasts pulling it, forcing them to erupt at their fastest speed. Along the way, rumbling sounds could be heard. Within the carriage, Qin Yu opened his eyes. He said in a low voice, "There's no problem for now, but you had best think of a way to thoroughly resolve the hidden dangers within your body. Otherwise, there will be major problems sooner or later." Yun Lan looked at him, her eyes bright. "You know." Qin Yu furrowed his eyebrows. This wasn't doubt nor was it a question. Rather, he spoke in a plain and straightforward manner, as if he were speaking of some ordinary matter that everyone knew. As expected, big breasts were not completely brainless. She had already sensed it. In fact, before Qin Yu made his move in the city lord's residence, he had already guessed this possibility. After all, in the 9 Netherworld Tower, Qin Yu had helped Yun Lan suppress the demonic strength that had gone berserk within her. Even if she didn't know before, after this incident, she would discover that the demonic strength within their bodies was exactly the same. Looking at her, Qin Yu nodded. Since he couldn't avoid it, the best thing to do was to directly admit it. Otherwise, there was a high chance that both sides would develop unnecessary suspicions. "It was only when I helped you suppress the strength within your body that I discovered this." Qin Yu took a deep breath. "Then, what should I call you?" She knew that Qin Yu already knew, but she didn't turn hostile. This was a good sign. When Qin Yu asked her name and switched from being passive to active, he also hoped that he could take a step further and ease the emotions in her heart. Right now, the two of them were in the same carriage, and they were less than a foot apart. They could even hear each other's breathing, and it seemed as if they were close. But Qin Yu knew that he was standing at the mouth of a volcano. If he couldn't appease Yun Lan and properly handle this matter, he would immediately welcome the wild attack of the old king's bloodline. That sly old fox Yun Wuya might hesitate to kill him, but he definitely wouldn't hesitate to kidnap him and lock him up so that he could become a breeding machine. With Qin Yu's understanding of Yun Wuya, there was a high chance that he would do this. Thinking of this, Qin Yu's eyes jumped up. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. Don't panic, things haven't reached the worst stage yet. Moreover, if this matter was handled well, it might even be able to push things along. But the premise was that he had to convince Yun Lan first. Only if she fully cooperated with him could he stop Zhu Wuya from having any thoughts he shouldn't have. Yun Lan slowly said, "Mountains and winds in the abyss, they represent nobility and freedom. My birth bestowed me with a noble status, but it also shackled me and caused me to lose my freedom. That is my name." Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. This reaction didn't seem right. He felt as if he was about to issue an ultimatum. "My name is Qin Yu, and that is my real name. So, it is only today that we truly know each other." Yun Lan nodded. "Since we know each other, I will get straight to the point. You have two choices. Either you marry me or you are killed by the clan elders." She paused for a moment and then looked straight into Qin Yu's eyes. "Qin Yu, marrying me is your best choice. As long as you and I can breed a perfect bloodline, no matter what you want, the clan elders and even the entire royal bloodline will do everything in their power to help you." Qin Yu rubbed his temples. As expected, she had laid her cards on the table. This time, she didn't try to hide anything at all and directly brought up the topic. A woman had tried to sell herself once, and then she had revealed everything and sold herself a second time. If she was rejected again, would she be angry? Wait online, bolded and enlarged. Although he didn't have an exact answer, Qin Yu felt that it was best not to take such risk. He coughed and said, I am curious. Why are you so sure that if you and I combine, we can give birth to a perfect bloodline? Is it because of that attraction between us? This description was quite appropriate. It wasn't as if two people wanted to crawl into a bed the moment they met. Yun Lan's face was slightly red, but her expression was as calm as ever. At this time, she displayed her formidable mental fortitude. That's right. Previously, when I first invited you to attend the Blue Tile Courtyard's banquet to test the bloodline of the younger generation, you left a fingerprint. Qin Yu clenched his teeth. Indeed, that old fox Yun Wuya had been plotting against him from the start. It was bitter, but it turned out that the other party had already verified it and didn't give him a chance to evade. If he said anything wrong, Yun Lan would probably fall out with him. Why don't I agree first and think of a way later? Qin Yu's mind raced. At this time, his complexion changed. He reached out a hand to grab Zhuolan and said in a low voice, This isn't over. It seemed like the other party was well prepared. Even though the plan in the City Lord Manor had failed, they still had follow-up plans. That's right, since I've already made my move, this is the best opportunity. Yun Wuya still hadn't arrived yet. He must have been delayed. TSK. This sly old fox had experienced an assassination attempt from the 9 Underworld Tower, yet he was still delayed. If his brain wasn't strong enough, he wouldn't know. In other words, the other party was well prepared. It seemed that wanting to escape unscathed today wouldn't be a simple matter. This left Qin Yu on guard, but also helpless. He still hadn't reached an agreement with the old king's bloodline yet, so he had to work himself to the bone first. Moreover, what was most important was that even if he worked himself to the bone, if he didn't handle things well, there was a chance he would be beaten to the ground. This was simply tragic to the extreme. Forget it, there was no point in thinking about these random things. He had to rush out first. When Qin Yu raised his hand and looked out the window, the guards surrounding the carriage also discovered that something was wrong. At some unknown time, a layer of fog had appeared in the air, causing the surrounding space to become blurry. The distance between them was instantly pulled apart, as if an invisible barrier had appeared, isolating them within. Alert! With a loud shout, several guards from the Blue Tile Courtyard raised their hands and punched outwards. Demonic energy wildly rushed out. The fog violently tumbled about, as if some taboo had been touched. It became incomparably thick. With the carriage in a radius of 1,000 feet, the fog had turned it into a cage. Domain! The guard controlling the carriage roared out loud, fear in his eyes. Hurry, attack with all your strength. Break through the domain. We've been sealed. The domain was something that only powerful abyssal guards could awaken. It was an ability similar to the talent of space. With formidable demonic energy as the foundation, they could distort space to form a piece of land that was sealed off from the outside world. Of course, this was only a general description. To be more accurate, it was a copy of space. Within the domain space, the one who used it could obtain an extremely potent increase in strength. The method to break out was to either kill the person who laid down the domain or forcefully break it apart. To be able to lay down a domain and easily pull them in, the strength of the person who did this was absolutely terrifying. They were at least at the demon commander level, and they were at the most tyrannical level. To kill such an existence in the other party's domain, it was best not to dream about it. Kill! Attack with everything you have! Break through the domain! With loud roars, the guards of the Blue Tile Courtyard attacked at the same time, erupting with their greatest strength. There was a cold snort that came from all directions. It was impossible to lock onto the location of the attack. All the guards that attacked the domain groaned, as if they had suffered a heavy blow. They were sent flying away, swallowed up by the fog in the blink of an eye. The guard controlling the carriage's pupils shrank. He lifted a hand and slapped the ground beneath him. Countless runes lit up on the surface of the carriage, weaving together to form powerful defensive demonic runes. Young master, there is a powerful enemy attacking. Please remain in the carriage and wait for reinforcements from the clan. As the guard spoke, he soared into the skies and punched out. This punch stirred up vast demonic energy. Rumble, 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 like the roar of a raging river. Demon Commander level. This unassuming guard controlling the carriage was actually a Demon Commander level powerhouse. It seemed that Yun Wuya hadn't been completely unprepared. He had arranged for such a powerhouse to secretly protect Yun Lan. Within underground Peak City, if an accident occurred, he would be able to sense it at any time and arrive in a short period of time. In this situation, Yun Wuya had made ample preparations. Moreover, he had spent a great deal of effort to create this carriage. Even if Yun Lan encountered an accident, he could guarantee he would be safe. Bang! The fog instantly exploded. Like a great mouth, it swallowed up the guard. Then, it rapidly contracted and expanded, emitting deep rumbling sounds like billowing thunder. It was clear that both sides had already begun fighting. Yun Lan's complexion was ugly. He took a deep breath and said, "There is no need to worry. The carriage was carefully constructed by the Patriarch. No one below the Demon King level can break through it in a short period of time. As long as we can persist for a little longer, the Patriarch will definitely arrive." The demonic runes carved on the carriage had the aura of the Patriarch poured into them. Once they were activated, he would immediately sense them. No matter what arrangements the attacker had made, they would no longer be able to hide from Yun Wuya. He would rush here as fast as he could. Qin Yu didn't comment. He believed in Yun Lan's words, but since this person had attacked, how could they not have a way to respond? This carriage that was like a turtle shell might not be able to guarantee their safety. As Qin Yu thought of this, his complexion changed. He turned his head and looked out the window. Half a body flew out from the fog. The guard's powerful life force allowed him to survive even after suffering a fatal injury. He looked at the carriage and howled, "Sir, don't come out, don't come out." Whoosh! A black shadow instantly pierced through the guard's body. With a heaven-shaking explosion, the guard was reduced to pieces of flesh and bones. He landed on the ground and looked up at the carriage that was wrapped in layers of defensive demonic runes. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he strode forward. Chapter 11:11. Reality proved that Qin Yu's worries weren't unfounded. He approached the carriage to intercept the demon and punched out. His fist was wrapped in a layer of incomparably thick and pitch-black demonic power. With a loud bang, the entire carriage violently shook. The strength of the shaking caused the demonic power around his fist to disperse. A massive wound opened up on the surface of his fist, revealing scarlet flesh and pale white bone. At the sight of this, Yun Lan's face turned even paler. This was because the defensive demonic runes covering the carriage were now stained with a bit of black. Like a wriggling worm, it constantly spread outwards. The wound on his fist rapidly healed without a single drop of blood flowing out. Without hesitation, the demon punched out a second time. Bang! A trembling fluctuation pierced through the carriage's defenses and crashed into it. Yun Lan coughed, bitterness in her eyes. The defensive demonic runes that the Patriarch had personally laid down were incomparably powerful. Even if there was a super powerhouse outside the carriage that could form a domain, it still wouldn't be so easy to break through its defenses. There was a problem. In this world, there was nothing that was absolutely perfect. Even the demonic runes laid down by the Patriarch had flaws. It was clear that the terrifying powerhouse outside the carriage knew the weakness of the demonic runes ahead of time. There wouldn't be a problem with the Patriarch, otherwise there wouldn't be a need to go through so much trouble to kill her. Then, there was only one possibility. There was a traitor in the clan, and one with a very high status that even obtained the absolute trust of the Patriarch. Otherwise, today's events wouldn't have occurred. No matter who it was, they had succeeded. The originally impregnable carriage wouldn't be able to last much longer. This was only the second punch. Soon it would collapse. At that time, Yunlan took a deep breath, suppressing her thoughts. Even though Qin Yu always thought she was a very stupid woman, he still didn't believe her. Although Qin Yu always thought she was a stupid woman, the truth was that if she could perfectly play the role of Yunlan and obtain the approval of the old king's bloodline, she definitely wasn't a brainless woman. She looked up at Qin Yu. Before the carriage is broken, if the patriarch doesn't arrive, then kill me. Black lines appeared on Qin Yu's face. Yunlan thought he was worried. She lightly said, "Don't worry. Even if the patriarch learns of this, he will only thank you." Qin Yu coughed. "Can you do it yourself?" "No." Yunlan was silent for a moment. "I cannot commit suicide. This involves a secret of the clan that I cannot tell you. Therefore, I can only ask for your help." Qin Yu relaxed a little. The reason he deliberately asked was to confirm this point. Otherwise, if Yunlan were to become excited and kill himself, his plan would fail. Now, since it was like this, perhaps this ambush would be an excellent opportunity for him to move Yunlan a despicable? Maybe a little, but it's better than deceiving people's feelings, right? I had no other choice. After finding a reason for himself, Qin Yu immediately felt much calmer. Sure enough, comforting himself was very useful. Then next, he had to make it look more realistic. At most, he would suffer a bit. No, he had to suffer a bit. Otherwise, how could he fool Yun Wuya's eyes? That sly old bastard was not easy to deal with. With this thought in mind, he maintained his composure and revealed an awkward expression. "Cloud Mist, are you sure you want me to kill you?" Bang! The carriage shook violently. The defensive patterns on its surface flashed furiously, but they were unable to pierce through it. The spreading black gas actually stimulated it and caused it to spread even faster. Yunlan's complexion paled. "Yes. Remember, you must kill me. It's best if you destroy my corpse as well." As she spoke to her, she pursed her lips, panic in her eyes. In this vast world, who didn't fear death? Moreover, she was a woman who had patiently endured for her family and lived to this day. In fact, she hadn't even lived a single day in the dark abyss with her own identity. If she were to die like this, of course she would be afraid and unwilling. Qin Yu hesitated. This woman Yunlan was already pitiful enough. If he continued to lie to her like this, it would be a bit too much. Qin Yu took a deep breath and suppressed his thoughts. He had no other choice. At worst, he would just give her some compensation in the future. "All right, I agree." Hearing Qin Yu speak, Yunlan let out a sigh of relief. But at the same time, she couldn't suppress her disappointment. "It seems that he really doesn't have any thoughts towards me. Otherwise, even if I were the one asking him to kill me on my own initiative, he would still struggle a little. What a ruthless man." This caused Yunlan to feel as if she had been betrayed, even if she didn't want to admit it. But in truth, from the moment she was willing to speak to Qin Yu about the marriage, some subtle emotions had already begun to form in her heart. Qin Yu didn't notice the subtle changes in Yunlan's expression. He looked at the demon outside the window and narrowed his eyes. Domain. He Tiangang had once said that he could also form one. At that time, although Old Fox hadn't said anything, his eyes had turned a bit red. In other words, only a peak demon commander that touched upon the threshold of the Demon King could form a domain. Other demon commanders wouldn't be able to do so. From this, one could roughly judge the strength of the demon outside. After Liao Shi left, Qin Yu hadn't truly fought yet. But after obtaining his half-dragon body, his strength had undoubtedly risen greatly. Against a Demon King-level demon, he likely wouldn't be able to do anything. But against a Demon Commander-level demon, there shouldn't be anything to fear. Moreover, it wasn't as if he didn't have other methods. The Nightmare bloodline had given him several times, and he had displayed an incomparably formidable might each time. Self-preservation shouldn't be a problem. Then, what he needed to consider now was how to make this play more realistic. Bang, the fifth punch. He continued to attack. Even though the demon was tyrannically strong, he still suffered a considerable backlash. At this time, the wounds on his palms began to heal at a much slower rate. Finally, blood dripped down. But the defensive demonic runes on the carriage in front of him had nearly been completely extinguished. There was less than 20% of what it was when it was in perfect condition. This was the last punch. If this punch fell, it would be enough to shatter the carriage and his mission would be complete. He had to be quick. There couldn't be any delays. That old bastard Yun Wuya was rushing over and could arrive at any moment. If he wanted to escape unscathed, he had to do it before that happened. So, even though he had been injured by the backlash, he still didn't hesitate to kill the demon. Bang! The sixth punch. Yun Lan closed his eyes and shouted out loud, "Qin Yu, kill me!" The carriage couldn't stop him. The patriarch hadn't arrived yet, but perhaps he would arrive soon. But this short period of time was like the difference between the heavens and earth. Qin Yu, he was able to directly confront the city lord of Darkpeak. His strength was formidable, but to say he could resist the demon? Yun Lan didn't believe it. After all, an existence that could form such a formidable domain was only a step away from the king's step. Even if this sort of existence was inferior to the patriarch, the difference was similar. It was already good luck that Qin Yu was able to escape on his own. How could he protect her? Death was her only choice. No matter what plot this enemy had, it would all come to nothing. Bang, Kacha! Kacha! The final defensive mageweth was completely extinguished. The carriage instantly disintegrated. 6 consecutive punches had already shattered it. It was only because of the defensive runes that it remained intact. Yun Lan screamed out, "Qin Yu! Hurry up and attack, otherwise it would be too late. I have no way of killing you, and right now, you might not be in a desperate situation." Qin Yu shouted out loud. His figure howled forwards, his fist crashing down. Yun Lan's eyes widened. This was a scene she never imagined would occur. Did Qin Yu not know how formidable the demon trying to kill him was? No, with his status and strength, he definitely knew that it was impossible for him to be their match. If he did, he would only be seeking his own death. He would rather risk his life than kill me. As soon as she thought of this, her heart began to wildly beat in her chest. Her eyes blurred and she couldn't help but bite her lips. Bang! In a battle between powerhouses, an instant was enough. Before Yun Lan could think any further, Qin Yu had already engaged the demon trying to kill him. Heaven-shaking explosions erupted one after another. Wild fluctuations of strength swept out in all directions like raging waves. The fog that condensed the domain began to violently tumble about. The ground constantly collapsed, forming pitch-black cracks. It had already been mentioned before. Strictly speaking, a domain was a small world that was replicated. It wasn't a true existence. Now, the cracks in the ground were caused by the damage that the domain had sustained. The demon trying to kill him's eyes brightened, a cold and gloomy light appearing in them. He never imagined that Qin Yu, who traveled with Yun Lan, would possess such formidable strength. Now, he seemed to be hoping to borrow the fluctuations from their battle to attack the stability of the domain. This was a correct idea. But unfortunately, Qin Yu seemed to have overestimated his own strength. Within the domain, he was the supreme king. Even a demon king-level existence might be able to fight him. Die! With a loud shout, the demon trying to kill him punched out. In the void above his head, there was a loud roar. The phantom of a terrifying beast appeared. Its body was blurry and there was only a pair of blood-red eyes. They were scarlet red, as if they had absorbed an endless amount of fresh blood. Bang! Qin Yu rapidly drew backwards. The clothes on his chest were torn to shreds, exposing his flesh and blood. A deep purple fist mark formed there. The surrounding flesh and blood split apart. Wounds spread out like a spider web, covering his entire chest. His flesh and blood wriggled, as if it wanted to regenerate, but it was constantly torn apart by the residual strength in the fist mark. Puff! Qin Yu spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion paled. He glanced at Yun Lan from the corner of his eyes, and saw that she was nervously staring at him. He had succeeded. This fist strike was worth it. Although it was a bit heavy, the truth was that a large part of Qin Yu's current pitiful appearance was an act. His half-dragon body was far more formidable than he had imagined. After suffering such a heavy blow, the blood in his chest tumbled for a moment before finally calming down. In fact, if Qin Yu wanted to, he could even restore these wounds to their original state with a single thought. If that was the case, then there was nothing to worry about. He could act as pitifully as possible so that Yun Lan could see everything. In order to save you, I was struck countless times and nearly lost my life. Isn't this kindness too great? With such a great kindness, if I make a request, you won't feel ashamed to refuse? As long as you agree, then there is a possibility. As for Yun Wuya, as long as Yun Lan agreed, that old fox might not dare to completely tear apart all pretense of cordiality with Qin Yu. That's right, that was it. Qin Yu was overjoyed. As he looked at the demon trying to kill him, he felt much more pleasing to the eye. After all, if he hadn't come to him on his own initiative, how could he have so easily found a chance to break out of his predicament? He could feel the eyes of Qin Yu, who had suffered a heavy blow to his chest and was now looking at him. The demon trying to kill him stiffened. A strange look appeared in his eyes. This kind of look? What did it mean? Did he still have a hidden card? He clearly knew how fierce he was, and yet he still dared to rush out and confront him. Unless there was something wrong with his head and he wanted to die, he definitely had a hidden card. That's right, that's right. I have to be careful and not fail miserably. After all, the bloodline of the old king wasn't someone to be provoked. Otherwise, why would the person behind him have any ideas about Yun Lan? They would have long since overturned the old king's bloodline. But being cautious was being cautious. He still had to act quickly. If he delayed any longer, that old thing Yun Wuyao would really arrive. He took a deep breath and puffed out his chest. The demon trying to kill him lifted a hand and thrust it forwards. The terrifying phantom of a giant beast rumbled forwards. If he was worried about being tricked, and he was also in a hurry, then he could only attack with everything he had. Bang! Qin Yu was sent flying backwards. As he flew through the air, there was a series of crackling sounds as countless wounds opened up on his body. Blood gushed out from every orifice of his head. He crashed into the ground, creating a massive pit. The demon didn't bother with Qin Yu any longer. He sneered and rushed towards Yun Lan. Catching her was the key to today's mission. In midair, he furrowed his eyebrows. In the next moment, a phantom rushed over from the side, grabbing onto him and sending him flying away. Yun Lan covered her mouth. She could clearly see that at this time, Qin Yu's entire body was dyed red and his head was covered in blood. Even if this wasn't happening to her body, she could still feel the severe wounds he was withstanding. It must be excruciatingly painful. Even so, Qin Yu was still risking his life. As for why he was risking his life, it was so that she could continue living. Yun Lan had to admit that she couldn't understand Qin Yu's thoughts right now. When she mentioned the marriage, he had rejected her without hesitation. But now, in order to save her, he was willing to disregard his life and death. Qin Yu's character had become contradictory in her heart. But without a doubt, this character had left an incomparably deep impression in her heart. After all, in this world, there was no one who could ignore someone who was risking their life for them. In particular, a woman who appeared calm and strong on the surface but was actually afraid and weak on the inside. Moreover, she had already decided to welcome death. "Out of my way!" The demon shouted out loud, and demonic energy wildly erupted from his body. But Qin Yu was like a plaster stuck to his body. No matter how much strength he released, he couldn't shake him away. Of course, even though he wasn't shaken away, Qin Yu's injuries became increasingly severe. His entire body was covered in wounds. Blood gushed out, soaking his entire body and dripping to the ground. If one looked carefully, they would discover that there wasn't a single part of Qin Yu's body that was intact. His entire person was like a broken drum that had been ruthlessly hammered. However, it was only his skin that was torn open. It wasn't too serious an injury. His bones would have to break as well, but although his bones were being hammered, after absorbing the dragon blood, they had become incomparably hard. If he wanted to break Qin Yu's bones now, it was still a bit off. Forget it, he would rely on himself. Breaking a few bones would be more realistic. That old fox Yunwuya should be arriving soon. Kacha, kacha. After making his decision, the sound of bones breaking began to ring out from within Qin Yu's body. The demon felt as if he were about to go insane. Even a mountain should have been hammered to pieces by now, right? This fellow actually hadn't died yet. Moreover, he had only been hammering out flesh and blood just now, so how come his bones were suddenly breaking? And there was a considerable number of them. In this short period of time, there had to be at least several dozen of them. He didn't feel like he had used too much strength. Or could it be that this boy had exhausted all his strength and couldn't continue? No, that wasn't right. This boy looked incomparably miserable right now, and as time passed, he would become even more miserable. But the demon knew that Qin Yu's hands that were holding him didn't soften at all. Rather, they were as firm and powerful as before. Just what was going on? Damn it! He was a dignified existence below the Demon King, and yet he couldn't even kill a nameless nobody. If this were any other time or situation, the demon was confident that as long as he was patient, he could slowly grind Qin Yu to death. If 100 punches couldn't kill him, then what about 1,000? If that wasn't enough, then 10,000 punches should be enough. But right now what he lacked was time. He couldn't delay any longer. Yunwuya could arrive at any moment. At that time, not only would all his previous efforts be wasted, but he would also die. Yunwuya, as he thought of that old thing's methods, the demon's pupils shrank. Then, endless cruelty surged in his eyes. Damn it! He originally didn't want to use his ultimate move, but now he had no other choice. He had to tear this boy to shreds in order to dispel the hatred in his heart. The demon clenched his teeth. The point between his eyebrows suddenly exploded. Blood gushed out and a rich blood light erupted from his body. The moment this blood light appeared, Qin Yu's heart violently shrank. He cursed inwardly. This fellow was going all out. Although he didn't know what this blood light was, his intuition told him that it was best not to touch it. Otherwise, even if he had a half-dragon body, he would still be in deep trouble. Letting go, Qin Yu clutched his chest. With a dull thumping sound, he was sent flying backwards. The demon was stunned. He hadn't even had a chance to attack yet, so how could he have been sent flying backwards? Moreover, did he hit him just now? What the hell was that bang? But at this time, the demon wasn't in the mood to think too much about it. He glanced at Qin Yu, who was sent flying away, and then turned to rush towards Yunlan. Although he wished that he could catch Qin Yu and tear him to pieces to vent his anger, he hadn't completely lost his reason. He knew what he should do. Only by catching Yunlan would everything he did today have any meaning. Otherwise, even if he killed Qin Yu, he would still be in deep trouble. To dare to kill one of the Nightmare Bloodline's contenders for the throne, if he didn't give a satisfactory result, those people behind him would definitely be the first to jump out and kill him. Shwa, a blood light flashed. The demon rushed towards Yunlan. But the result this time was a repeat of last time. Just as he rushed out, he was sent flying backwards. Moreover, this collision was even more vicious. The demon's head buzzed and his vision darkened. He felt as if he had been attacked by an enraged bull. After tumbling around twice and shaking his head, a sweet smell filled his nose and mouth. It was only then that his vision became clear. Then, the demon that intercepted him saw Qin Yu desperately slapping his body, trying to extinguish the blood flames that stained him. It was that bastard again. The demon's eyes turned red. This brat wanted to harm him. If he continued to toss and turn like this, then when Yun Wuya arrived he would definitely die. You bastard, die for me! With a loud roar, the demon rushed forwards. He understood that if he didn't kill this bastard, he wouldn't be able to catch Yun Lan. Just because he couldn't be hammered to death didn't mean he couldn't be burned to death. The blood flames burning around him were his greatest trump card. This was originally a life-saving trump card in case Yun Wuya chased him down. If it weren't for this bastard, he wouldn't have been forced out. Now, he would thoroughly burn him down and let him understand what it meant to seek death. Qin Yu turned and ran. This was just a play. It was true that he pursued realistic effects, but he couldn't turn this play into reality just because of this. He couldn't provoke the blood flames. If he could delay for time and wait for the main character to catch up, then everything would be over. As soon as the demon saw Qin Yu run away, the demon diabolically grinned. He thought that it was already too late to be afraid. Run, I want to see just where you can run off to. In front of me, do you think you have any leeway to run? But reality proved that there really was leeway, and the range wasn't small at all. After chasing Qin Yu for a little while, the demon's complexion changed. Something was wrong, something was very wrong. This brat had been overtaken, but in the blink of an eye he had run away again. Once or twice was fine, but this was already the fourth time. He cheated. He had been played. The demon's entire body was wrapped in blood flames. He came to a sudden stop, his eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. The blood flames around his body rose to a whole new level. Chapter 11-12. Bang! At this time, there was a loud explosion that caused the entire realm to fiercely shake. At this time, a part of the realm began to bulge outwards. Fog wildly surged, forming a dreadful palm. Someone from the outside had arrived and had already begun to attack, wanting to break through the realm. It was Yun Wuya, that old thing. The intercepting demon trembled. He glared at Qin Yu, the hatred and killing intent in his eyes enough to freeze the soul. It was all this bastard's fault. If it weren't for Qin Yu's previous battle with him, the impact on the realm would have caused a certain degree of strength to leak out. No matter how formidable Yun Wuya was, he would still need some time to lock onto the position of the realm. Of course, more importantly, if it weren't for Qin Yu, he would have already captured Yun Lan and wouldn't have waited until now. Yun Wuya had arrived and he had already used his trump cards. The chances of him surviving today were minuscule. He was a formidable existence that was just a step away from the Demon King's step. His future possibilities were infinite, and once he smoothly broke through, he would enter a brand new world. But now all of this had become a bubble. The intercepting demon had no confidence that he could escape from Yun Wuya's hands. In other words, from this moment on, his chances of survival were nearly severed. And all of this was caused by Qin Yu. If he could choose, he would eat the demon's flesh and sleep on his skin. But he was going to die. A dead demon would lose all value. But he still had bloodline descendants. If he wanted them to continue living, he had to complete today's mission. Bang! The intercepting demon's body blazed with blood flames. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a blood flame giant that grasped at Yun Lan. The space between the 5 fingers, which were wrapped in scarlet flames and burning endlessly, rapidly collapsed and a black hole appeared. A formidable swallowing strength erupted from the black hole. It locked onto Yun Lan and pulled her over. At this time, he no longer wished to live. Instead, he placed himself in the path of death to erupt with an even more terrifying strength. Qin Yu's complexion changed. This fellow was going all out. The blood flames were burning his own flesh and blood. Within the blood flame giant, the intercepting demon that controlled everything withered away, becoming like a dried-up corpse. Only his eyes were brighter than before. Patriarch, save me. Yun Lan screamed. She could already feel Yun Wuya's aura outside the realm. Boom, and earth-shattering boom reverberated throughout Evil Peak City. The space before them shook violently as cracks appeared and rapidly spread in all directions. The phantom of an illusory world appeared in the shattered space. The edges of the world shook as if great waves were set off. One could vaguely see what was happening within. Yun Wuya's face was as dark as still water, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Looking at the scene in front of him, his chest was burning. Good, very good. To think that there were actually people from their side in the Council of Elders. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been held up today. To make a move on Yun Lan time and time again, attempting to push the entire lineage of the old king into a state of eternal damnation. Did they really think that he wouldn't fly into a rage? Swoosh, swoosh, the sound of something piercing through the air could be heard as a dozen figures whistled through the air, their eyes wide as they stared at the scene before them. Of course, these were only some of their emotions on the surface. As for what they were thinking in their hearts, no one knew. Yun Wuya, this is Eventide City, the ancestral land. If you attack without restraint, it will be a great crime if you cause any disturbance. One of the devils shouted in a low voice, his expression cold. Scram! Yun Wuya roared. He raised his hand and punched out. In that instant, a towering demonic figure appeared behind him and punched forward. The devil's pupils constricted and his face was filled with shock and anger. He clearly hadn't expected that Yun Wuya would attack without a word. Boom! With a loud explosion, the devil opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. He was sent flying, smashing through countless buildings along the way. This scene caused the expressions of all the devils that had just arrived to change. Their hearts were shaken. Yun Wuya's strength was stronger than they had expected. Or perhaps this old thing had been hiding his strength all this time. Although his cultivation level was restricted by the agreement of the clan and his bloodline, and he couldn't break through to the king level, his true strength had probably far surpassed the limits of a devil general. At this moment, the blood flame giant suddenly appeared in the shattered space. In the next moment, Yun Lan's cry for help could be faintly heard. Yun Wuya roared, "Anyone who dares to stop me will die." As he roared, he raised his hand and punched out at the domain. Humph! Yun Wuya, how impressive of you! Erfeng City is my nightmare ancestral land, not a place where you can behave atrociously. With a cold laugh, a figure appeared. He raised his hand and pressed forward. With a heaven-shaking roar, Yun Wuya's punch was blocked. It was Elder Qi Shang of the ancient king bloodline. As their gazes fell on this person, more and more devils that had arrived subconsciously retreated. This was one of the strongest members of the nightmare race, and was known to be invincible below the Devil King level. The reason why he was called Qi Shang was because he had once fought against 7 experts of the same level with a single strike. In the end, he had defeated all 7 of them and forced them to flee with heavy injuries. 2 of them had even died from their injuries. After this battle, Elder Qi Shang's name had spread far and wide. Yun Wuya took a deep breath and then produced a command medallion. The medallion was completely black, and its surface was smooth and glossy. However, as soon as the devils saw it, their pupils constricted, and expressions of astonishment appeared on their faces. Black token. Order to decide life and death. Order of death. As they cried out, the people that had been retreating all turned and ran as if they had seen a ghost. What nonsense, the black token had already appeared. Why didn't they run as far away as they could? Were they just going to stay and wait for death? For any faction, once their strength reached a certain level, there would be different voices within them. This was normal and no one could avoid it. But while it was unavoidable, it couldn't lead to a large-scale internal strife that was beyond their control. Thus, the black token appeared within the nightmare race. Of course, this was just a simple name based on its appearance. In reality, it had another more detailed and resounding name, the Order of Death. Within the nightmare race, Once one's strength and status reached a certain level, they were qualified to apply for a black token from the king. This token was used to resolve irreconcilable conflicts between powerful existences within the race. Once it was used, both sides would sign a life and death contract. In a great battle, only one person would survive. The loser's life would be the end of their hatred. Because of this, it was called the Order of Death. Once the order was issued, someone would die. Seeing this scene, everyone knew that Yun Wuyao was really going to fight with his life on the line. He should run as far away as he could. 7 Kill's expression changed and his eyes darkened. He didn't think that Yun Wuyao would have something like the black token. He wasn't afraid of fighting with his life on the line, but this time, the ancient king's bloodline had the upper hand. The battle for the new king was already in the bag. Of course, the most important thing was that he wasn't absolutely confident that he could kill Yun Wuyao. Otherwise, he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. He would have directly activated the black token and hammered this bastard to pieces. But in this situation, if he backed down, it would be too humiliating. For a moment, he was stuck between a rock and a hard place. Yun Wuyao took a step forward and exerted some force in his fingers. The surface of the black token in his hand immediately began to emit a faint light. "This is the last time. Get out of my way." 7 Kills was filled with hatred, and a vicious light flashed in his eyes. Yun Wuyao, that old bastard, was really too much. Just as he was about to grit his teeth and agree, another figure barged in and said in a low voice, "All right, don't be rash." He looked at Yun Wuyao. "Elder 7 Kills is just worried that your actions will affect the ancestral land. He doesn't really want to stop you. This matter ends here. We won't stop you from doing whatever you want to do." He grabbed 7 Kills with one hand and pulled him to the side. Of course, 7 Kills had to put on an appropriate expression of indignation and reluctance, as if he would have hammered him to death if Yun Wuyao hadn't stopped him. If he didn't do this, he would lose all face. "Humph!" Yun Wuyao snorted coldly. He didn't have time to talk to them at all. His figure moved and he charged into the domain. Boom! With a punch, the entire domain shook violently. Wild demonic power swept out, and large swathes of demonic energy were destroyed and scattered. Crack! Crack! Cracks appeared on the surface of the domain. Yun Wuyao had attacked with his full strength, and the power that erupted from him shocked everyone. Elder 7 Kills' mouth twitched, and a dark look appeared in his eyes. Yun Wuyao, that old bastard, really lived up to his title as the King of Shadows. He had hidden himself so deeply. If it weren't for the fact that Yun Lan was in danger today, Elder 7 Kills would have continued to hide. Who knew when he would have suffered at Yun Lan's hands? Black Ling, fortunately, he hadn't been rash just now. Otherwise, although he didn't want to admit it, he really might have been beaten to death. The person who had pulled Elder 7 Kills away just now was another powerful figure in the ancient king's bloodline, Marquis Qianjun. It wasn't a name, but a title that had been passed down from his ancestors. In the nightmare race, it was a famous and golden signboard. Although he had only obtained his current status because of his ancestors, in reality, no one in the nightmare race dared to underestimate Marquis Qianjun in the slightest. His current status wasn't something that could be determined simply by a title passed down from his ancestors. His methods and strength were both top-notch. Marquis Qianjun looked at Yun Wuyao with a serious expression. As expected, Yun Wuyao's strength was stronger than he had imagined. If not for this, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to deal with the previous king's bloodline. The abyssal royal bloodline was born noble and had all kinds of resources. They were the descendants of the heavens that everyone envied. But in this world, where there were gains, there were losses. If Yun Wuyao wasn't a descendant of the royal bloodline, even if he came from an ordinary background, with his potential and aptitude, his current achievements would probably be far greater than what he was today. There could only be one king in a race. This was a limit set by the will of the abyss, but it was also a thorn in the hearts of the members of the abyssal royal bloodline, who didn't want to become a king. But there was only one throne. If you weren't willing, then you could only fight for it. Marquis Qingyuan's eyes flashed for a moment before he calmed down. It was too early to say all this. Once the new king's throne was settled, perhaps he could come into contact with Yun Wuya. Whoosh. Chapter 11-13. The three people inside the bounded domain did not know what was happening outside, but there was no doubt that the bounded domain was about to be broken. Roar the blood flame giant roared towards the sky. The space between its 5 fingers collapsed, and the devouring power of the black hole formed became even stronger. Yun Lan could no longer resist and was sent flying over. Qin Yu cursed inwardly. That old bastard Yun Wuyao. He wasn't as strong as he appeared to be. It had been so long and he still hadn't come in. He didn't know what the black hole in the blood flames was, but he definitely couldn't just watch as Yun Lan was sucked into it. Otherwise, his previous act of joy and suffering so many blows would have been in vain. In the end, he still had to rely on himself. It wasn't to the extent of risking his life, but he was afraid that if he acted too much, he might give himself away. Qin Yu clenched his teeth and moved. He couldn't care about anything else right now. He spread his arms and pulled Yun Lan into his embrace. This doesn't feel right. Looking down, Qin Yu's heartbeat quickened and blood nearly sprayed out from his nose. Perhaps it was because he was unable to control the power in his body. Yun Lan's disguise had lost its effect, and he had reverted to the appearance of a woman. His robe had been torn apart by the devouring power of the black hole. When he was in his disguise, it was still fine. TSK. Almost everything that shouldn't be exposed was exposed. The temptation was beyond imagination. Damn it! Qin Yu's body inevitably began to change. This wasn't because his willpower was so poor. This was because when Yun Lan returned to being a woman, the sinful attraction between them exploded once again. Not to mention, Qin Yu was holding her tightly in his arms and their skin was touching. Dong dong in his chest, the heart of the abyss seemed to be rebelling. It pounded madly, pushing the blood in his body to circulate at an astonishing speed. On the surface of his eyeballs, the fine blood vessels rapidly congealed, causing his eyes to turn scarlet. He fiercely bit down on the tip of his tongue and forcefully restored his composure. He didn't dare to hug Yun Lan anymore, nor did he care that he might hurt her. He pushed her away from his chest. Wrapped in bloody flames, the killing devil had really gone crazy. Just as he was about to catch Yun Lan, this bastard rushed out again. A hero saving a damsel in distress? An unkillable cockroach, huh? Let's see if your flesh can withstand the burning of the nether blood flame. You must die today. Roar with a roar, the devouring power released by the black hole sword. At the same time, the blood flame giant's other hand reached out to grab Qin Yu. The demons hated him to the bone. They wanted to capture him with their own hands and burn him to ashes bit by bit with the netherworld blood flame. That won't do. I can't die. I have to live. Qin Yu glanced over. Even if they didn't need to do anything, they would still have to burn themselves to ashes in the end to kill the demons. You're already in such a state. It's not worth it to risk my life against you. I'll just use the old rules to stall for time. The cloud mist was pushed away, and the heart of the abyss gradually calmed down. The redness in its eyes dissipated, but before it could completely disappear, a black spot appeared and began to expand outwards. At this moment, his eyes had become pitch black, icy cold, and desolate. There wasn't the slightest fluctuation in them, and they seemed like an endless night that could devour everything. The blood flame giant froze for a moment, and the slaughtered devil in its center froze on the spot. In fact, more than half of the devouring power imprisoning Qin Yu dissipated. Swoosh, he turned around and left. In the next moment, the blood flame giant regained its freedom. But it didn't attack again. Instead, it stared at Qin Yu, its corpse-like face filled with horror. Abyssal gaze, it's the abyssal gaze, How is this possible? He has already awakened it. Could he be the reincarnation of the previous king? Shock, disbelief, all sorts of intense emotions wove together, but they soon dissipated, leaving behind nothing but endless heat. Royal bloodline, the true royal bloodline, and it had already awakened. If the nightmare race knew of this, then the struggle for the throne would become meaningless. Because as long as this boy entered the ancestral land, he would naturally become the new king. And without a doubt, this was a chance for survival that had suddenly appeared in his desperate situation. It could even be called the greatest lucky chance of his life. Kill Qin Yu, swallow his bloodline, and then forcefully open the ancestral land. Once he succeeded, not only would he be able to escape death, but he would also become one of the highest existences in the abyss. Die. With a loud shout, the slaughtered devil ignited all of his strength without hesitation. At this time, it wasn't just his flesh and blood that was burning. His soul, bloodline, will, everything became fuel for the netherworld blood fire. If he succeeded, he would obtain a new life and achieve great merits. If he failed, he would completely vanish, vanishing from this world forever. This was truly and thoroughly vanishing, without a single trace remaining. There would never be a day where he could transcend. Qin Yu's complexion changed. He could feel the terrifying aura erupting behind him, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. This was a character that was about to become a demon king, so couldn't it be a little more broad-minded? Wouldn't it be better to just obediently die? I didn't dig up your family's ancestral grave, so why hold a grudge? Why must it drag him down with it? The current Qin Yu didn't know what the nightmare bloodline flowing through his body meant, but there was one thing he knew, and that was that risking his life wasn't worth it. If he had to run, he had to run. He turned his head, his eyes turning pitch black. He glanced at the blood-flame giant. Taking advantage of the moment when it paused, Qin Yu dodged the grasping hand. Shwa! In the blink of an eye, he opened up the distance once more. Originally, Qin Yu was worried that the blood-flame giant would attack Yunlan and force him to face it head-on, but reality proved that he was overthinking things. The blood-flame giant seemed to hate him to the extreme. It vented all of its strength towards Qin Yu, erupting with a terrifying strength with every move it made. If it weren't for the might of the abyss gaze interrupting him every time, Qin Yu would have no other choice but to risk his life. Rumble, 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 the entire domain violently trembled. The fog that gathered around it began to collapse. It withstood the attacks from both inside and outside, accelerating the process of its destruction. Yunlan paled. Although she couldn't clearly see Qin Yu's battle with the blood-flame giant because of the fog, the wild strength that surged outwards undoubtedly indicated just what sort of perilous situation Qin Yu was in right now. Although he was able to avoid the bombardment by a hair's breadth, it was like he was walking on the edge of a blade. He could lose his life at any moment. And all of this wasn't something he needed to bear. Regardless of what Qin Yu was thinking, in the end, she still owed him a life. And the life she owed him today was different from the graciousness of saving her life in the past. She naturally couldn't help him from a safe distance. When death could arrive at any moment, she didn't hesitate to stand in front of him. Right now, Qin Yu was that mountain that stood in front of her. Before that mountain collapsed, she wouldn't be harmed. Bang! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. The tottering domain finally couldn't withstand the brutal ravaging and began to completely disintegrate. No! The blood-flame giant emitted a shrill scream. It looked at Qin Yu, who was rapidly retreating and hiding in the fog, its eyes filled with unwillingness and despair. The abyss gaze was an ability that only the King of Nightmares could control. But even the King of Nightmares couldn't continuously activate this heaven-defying ability. In this short period of time, how many times had Qin Yu activated it? The blood-flame giant didn't count, but it had to be at least 10 times. Each time, it thought that Qin Yu had reached the end of his tether, and that it was impossible for him to activate the strength of the abyss gaze once more. But even now, He was still alive and kicking, without any signs of exhaustion. Instead, it was the domain that couldn't be maintained any longer and was broken apart. The domain was forcefully shattered, and the demon that tried to intercept him suffered a backlash. A mouthful of thick black blood spat out from his mouth. As he spat out this blood, it was like a balloon bursting. The aura of the demon that tried to intercept him began to rapidly fall. The raging blood flames around him rapidly extinguished and dissipated, revealing a withered corpse that had lost all luster. His death had arrived. Why was it like this? He was a dignified abyssal king, a tyrannical existence that stood at the highest peak, someone who had dominated for thousands of years without being defeated. Yet, he had died today in such an inexplicable manner. It shouldn't be like this. He had his own reasons for accepting the task of suppressing cloud mist. Otherwise, with his status, there was no need for him to involve himself in the muddy waters of the struggle for the throne of the new king of nightmares. There was no need to elaborate on the specifics, but since he chose to intervene, he should have made ample preparations. He had condensed the domain to seal off the aura, he had learned of the flaws in the carriage's defensive demonic runes ahead of time, he had the netherworld blood flame in his hands, a great killing tool that could erupt with strength, and in addition to his own incomparably formidable strength, everything had been perfectly prepared. There shouldn't have been a problem, but a problem had occurred, slowly dragging him into a hopeless situation. Qin Yu. It was this bastard, it was all because of him, otherwise Cloud Mist would have been captured by him long ago, and he wouldn't have been reduced to such a miserable state. The demon that tried to intercept him was withered and lifeless. His eyes were so dim that they nearly faded away, but at this moment, they erupted with a final burst of light. He knew that he wouldn't survive. Even if Yun Wuya hadn't done anything, the netherworld blood flame would have exhausted all of his vitality. But, he couldn't die like this. He had to drag Qin Yu down with him. It was highly likely that he was the reincarnation of the King of Nightmares. Once others learned of this, he would die without a doubt. Within the nightmare race, those that forced him to take action would absolutely not allow the previous king to be reborn, otherwise they would all be destroyed. Qin Yu is. The demon opened his mouth and roared out with the last of his strength. As long as his voice spread out, it would definitely be heard by others. At that time, Qin Yu would absolutely die. With just a few words, he would be able to place Qin Yu in a death trap. But just as the demon opened his mouth, not too far away, Qin Yu's figure appeared. His eyes turned pitch black and his icy cold gaze fell upon him. Again. Was this the abyssal gaze? Otherwise, how could a mere demon commander that hadn't even touched upon the threshold of Demon King be able to use it again and again? Even if he really was the reincarnation of the King of Nightmares, he still wouldn't be able to accomplish this. With a heart full of grievance, anger, and resentment, the demon took his last breath and fell to the ground. Qin Yu wiped away a cold sweat. Although he didn't know what this fellow was planning to say before he died, his intuition told him that if he didn't interrupt him, he would surely suffer. Luckily, his reaction was a step faster. This fellow had only spoken a single word. No one knew what was coming next. He pressed a hand against his chest, and strength gushed out. With a loud bang, Qin Yu cried out miserably as he was sent flying backwards. He smashed through the fog and crashed into Yunlan's side. Qin Yu, are you alright? Yunlan rushed over and hugged him. Cough, cough. As he coughed and spat out blood, Qin Yu smiled. As long as you're alright. His head lolled to the side as he fainted. He had no choice but to faint. That old thing Yun Wuya had arrived. He wasn't as easily tricked as Yunlan. If he didn't faint now and was questioned a bit more, it would be troublesome if he revealed a flaw. Once he woke up and Yun Wuya wanted to question him again, many of his traces would be gone and it would be much easier for him to deal with them. Whoosh! There was the sound of breaking air as Yun Wuya burst forth. His eyes swept around and his complexion changed. He lifted a hand and grasped forward. Space suddenly twisted, wrapping around Yunlan and Qin Yu. Then, without a word, he brought the two of them away. The 7 Kill Clan elder's eyes flashed and his aura surged. He glanced at Marquis 15 June from the corner of his eyes. That person didn't move at all, as if he hadn't seen what was happening. The 7 Kill Clan elder cursed inwardly. He took a deep breath and suppressed the urge to attack. Yun Wuya didn't even glance at the already dead demon. The dead couldn't speak, so there was no need to waste any more time. Of course, things wouldn't end so easily. If this person dared to move against the old king's bloodline, no matter what their goal was, they would have to pay the appropriate price for their actions. Naturally, there would be people who would investigate everything that had happened today and deliver it to him. At that time, all of his bloodline and relatives would suffer the crazy eruption of the old king's bloodline and be turned to ashes in despair. Chapter 11:14. In the blue tile courtyard, Yunlan's face was pale. She looked at Qin Yu, who was lying on the bed, her eyes filled with worry. When Yun Wuya opened his eyes, she hurriedly asked, "Patriarch, how is he?" "He won't die," Yun Wuya lightly said, but he couldn't help but frown. This boy had nearly been hammered to death. Not only was his flesh torn, but there were also dozens of broken bones. To demons with tyrannical bodies, this kind of injury was extremely serious. But for some reason, he felt that this injury was a bit strange. Moreover, this boy Qin Yu's vitality was shockingly vigorous. It didn't match the weakness he had displayed. Could he have been faking it? That couldn't be right. Although this boy had some skills, his strength couldn't be faked. In front of a top demon commander that could form a domain, it was only natural that he would be hammered to death. To say that he could still easily fake his injuries in a battle of this degree. Yun Wuya really didn't believe it. Yun Lan let out a breath, a happy expression on her face. That's good, that's good." Yun Wuya's frown deepened. He glanced at her and said in a low voice, "Yun Lan, he knows?" Yun Lan was startled. Then she slowly nodded. "Yes, Patriarch." Although neither of them said it explicitly, they both knew what he was referring to. Seeing Yun Wuya's increasingly solemn expression, Yun Lan hurriedly said, "Patriarch, Qin Yu should already know. Today, in the city lord's mansion, he helped me." She immediately recounted what had happened. "So, I believe that Qin Yu has no intention of harming the former king's bloodline. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to save me so many times. He could just watch from the sidelines." Yun Wuya expressionlessly shook his head. "I admit that what you say is very reasonable. Perhaps Qin Yu has no intention of harming the former king's bloodline. But just because he doesn't now doesn't mean he won't in the future. The former king's bloodline is a matter of life and death. There can be no mistakes. So, even if he has saved you many times, I can only repay his kindness with enmity once." Bang! A trace of killing intent erupted from Qin Yu's body. The temperature in the air wildly dropped. A layer of white frost began to appear on Qin Yu's body. "Patriarch!" Yun Lan's pale face was filled with anger. He stood in front of Qin Yu. "I will not let you kill him." Yun Wuya roared with rage, "Yun Lan, get out of the way. I know that my actions are despicable, but for the safety of the entire race, I have no other choice." Yun Lan shook his head. "If Clan Elder wants to kill him, then kill me first. I definitely won't step aside." Yun Lan. Yun Wuya was flustered and exasperated, his body shaking with rage. "Don't force me. Now that you know the secret of my race, Qin Yu cannot be allowed to live." Qin Yu was lying on the bed, his entire body covered in white frost. He was shrouded in a terrifying killing intent. He sighed inwardly. If he didn't know about it, then he really would have fallen for Cloudmist's trick. He thought to himself, "If it weren't for the fact that you wholeheartedly wanted to push Cloudmist to me, then I really would have fallen for your trick." The reason was simple. After marriage, a bloodline was born. How could Qin Yu not know who he was sleeping with? It was impossible to hide such a thing. Therefore, Qin Yu would find out sooner or later. In today's situation, before Qin Yu had even boarded the carriage, he had already grasped the weakness of the old king's bloodline. This matter was certainly serious. If it was grasped by someone with ulterior motives, then the entire bloodline of the old king might be finished. But right now, Qin Yu wasn't jumping around in the open. He was in an unconscious state within the blue tile courtyard. In front of Yun Wuya, why would he need to be nervous? With this sly old fox's personality, his first thought was to lock Qin Yu up and use him as a breeding machine. Killing someone, that was far too wasteful. Moreover, taking 10,000 steps back, even if Yun Wuya really wanted to kill Qin Yu, there was no need for him to act so solemnly and with such great fanfare. He would also act as if he had no other choice and was shouting at Yun Lan in front of him. In private, he had plenty of ways to quietly kill Qin Yu. Was there a need for him to fall out with Yun Lan? So, everything in front of Qin Yu was an act. This sly old fox might not have been able to determine whether or not Qin Yu's injuries were real, but he had definitely discovered that Qin Yu had woken up. His current actions were deliberately done for Qin Yu to see. He wanted Qin Yu to know that although he had saved Yun Lan's life, Yun Lan had also saved him. Everyone was even. Don't think about using this favor to do anything. You had best be obedient, otherwise I'll deal with you however I want. Humph humph, a sly old fox is a sly old fox, he won't suffer any losses at all. He's prepared for everything that he shouldn't have thought of. But why was I able to accurately guess his thoughts? Moreover, it was so clear and complete. Could it be that I'm also such a person? No, I'm definitely not. At most, I can be considered quick-witted, but I definitely wouldn't do something so shameless. Qin Yu cursed Yun Wuya inwardly. He groaned and slowly opened his eyes. Oh, where am I? Yun Lan fiercely turned around, a look of concern on his face. You're awake? Yun Wuya was expressionless. His eyes fell on Qin Yu, and as he looked at Yun Lan's current expression, his lips couldn't help but twitch. Women were indeed women. They were a bit too emotional. They were normally fine, but once they encountered a man who barged into their hearts, their minds would become muddled. Humph humph. Luckily, I, the wise and wise Yun Wuya, am here. No matter how crafty that brat Qin Yu is, he can forget about causing any trouble. Sir Yun Lan, the patriarch is also here. It was I, Qin Yu, who was lacking in manners. As he spoke, he was about to bow, but his body trembled and his face paled even further. Yun Lan said, There is no need to be so polite. The patriarch will not care about such things. Yun Wuya put on a fake smile. He lightly said, That's right. I indeed don't care about such trivial customs, but when it comes to the life or death of my family, I have no choice but to care. Qin Yu, I will kill you today. Do you have any complaints in your heart? Qin Yu cursed this old fart inwardly. This was forcing him to express his stance. It wasn't too much to say that he was biting the hand that fed him. Just you wait. I will remember this debt first. If there is a chance in the future, I will definitely let you know just how fierce I am. But right now, he was under the eaves of the patriarch, so he could only lower his head for now, cough. Qin Yu doesn't quite understand what the patriarch means. Yun Wuya rolled his eyes. What were you pretending to be so pure for? If you don't understand, you can wake up now. Since you've woken up, you should obediently acknowledge it. If you push me too far, I'll teach you a lesson. He faintly smiled and lightly said, You really don't know? Qin Yu bitterly smiled. Yes, I inadvertently learned of Miss Yun Lan's identity, but that was truly unintentional. Moreover, I have no intention of harming the old king's bloodline. Yun Wuya coldly sneered. There is no need to say such meaningless words. This is something that I played with in the past. In this world, only the dead can keep secrets. Patriarch. Yun Lan's face flushed red with anger. As she looked at Qin Yu's incomparably weak appearance, she felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. He actually dared to act like this. I absolutely will not allow you to harm Qin Yu. Don't make me say this a third time. Yun Wuya coldly snorted, not speaking. He simply looked at Qin Yu as if to say, "You brat, hurry up and get on with it. You sly old bastard, if it weren't for the fact that we needed to enter the nightmare ancestral land, I would have already flipped out with you. Do you really think I'm easy to deal with? Do you understand the 10,000-foot Titan true body? If you don't understand, is that demon dragon race elder enough?" Qin Yu clenched his teeth and coughed. A look of gratitude crossed his face. "Thank you, Miss Yun Lan, for protecting me. I am deeply grateful, and now, Miss has also saved my life." Humph! That might not be true. Yun Wuya was secretly pleased with himself. This brat was tactful enough to take the initiative to repay his kindness. Then, he felt a bit cold. This brat was actually able to guess his thoughts. His brain was also quite good. He couldn't be careless. Thinking of this, his eyes became increasingly cold. "Qin Yu, looking at the fact that Yun Lan risked her life to protect you, I can give you a way out. In this world, it is true that only the dead can keep secret. But, it is also true that we can barely trust our own people. If you marry Yun Lan and become the son-in-law of my previous king's bloodline, then we will share weal and woe and benefit together. I will show you mercy and let this matter rest." Yun Lan wanted to say something, but before he could open his mouth, Yun Wuya glared at him. Then, he viciously glared at Qin Yu. "Remember, this is my bottom line. If you dare to have any other thoughts, I guarantee I will tear you to shreds and then grind you into powder and toss you into the sewers, erasing all evidence." As he spoke, he turned and left. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut, leaving only Qin Yu and Yun Lan in the room. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. Although Yun Lan had brought up the matter of marriage before, he hadn't made it clear. There was still some degree of concealment between the two of them. But now, that shameless old man Yun Wuya had used this opportunity to make it clear. The two of them stood face to face, so close that they could hear each other's breathing. It was hard not to feel awkward. Yun Wuya walked out of the courtyard and ordered people to seal off the surroundings. Not even a single mosquito was allowed to leave. A smug look appeared on his face. When he discovered that Yun Lan's identity had been exposed, he had been shocked and enraged. His first thought was to silence him. But soon, someone as smart as I, old Yun, found a way to turn this crisis into an opportunity. Didn't Qin Yu want to refuse? Hee, in this sort of situation, why don't you try refusing me again? Do you really think my saber isn't sharp enough? But, in order to give this boy more pressure, I might as well do something else first. I'll let him know just how powerful I, old Yun, am. A cold light flashed in Yun Wuya's eyes. He had attacked Yun Lan again and again. If he didn't do something, then the old king's bloodline would become a joke. In truth, he had already begun to do something. It was just that the second interception had happened too quickly and he hadn't been able to completely prepare yet. This time, he would settle old and new grudges together. It was time for some blood to flow in this evil peak city. The new king had ascended to the throne. How could there not be red embellishments in celebration? Shwa! Yun Wuya's figure flickered and disappeared from sight. As for the safety of the blue tile courtyard, this was the residence of the dignified king of nightmares. If something could happen to Yun Lan here, then the entire bloodline of the old king should just wash their necks clean and commit suicide. Outside the blue tile courtyard, beside a carriage, He Tiangong's complexion changed. His body tensed, like a drawn bow that could erupt with a heaven-shaking strike at any moment. Old Fox's reaction was far too slow. It was as if a giant stone had been placed on top of his head, making it difficult for him to even breathe. Luckily, the terrifying aura that enveloped the two only lasted for an extremely short period of time before fading away. "Who?" Old Fox let out a long breath, his face pale. Is that Yunwuya? He Tiangang slowly nodded. That's right. This is a warning he gave us. Within his sleeves, his fists were tightly clenched together. He was also a peak demon commander who had touched upon the threshold of the King realm. But the difference in strength between the two was far greater than he had imagined. Just now, when Yunwuya had left the blue tile courtyard, his aura had locked onto the two of them. This was just a warning, but it was enough to force him into a stance of resisting with all his strength. This was the difference in strength. Old Fox could see the unwillingness in He Tiangong's eyes. He bitterly smiled inwardly. The old black dog still had some desire to resist, but under the suppression of that aura just now, he could only tremble. Both of them were demon commanders. For the disparity in strength to be so great, it really hurt his pride. He took a deep breath and said, "What should we do?" He Tiangang was silent for a moment. He said, "Wait." Old Fox thought for a moment and then nodded. Qin Yu was in the blue tile courtyard. There was no doubt about this. For the time being, Yunwuya didn't seem to have any ill intentions towards them. Of course, through the warning just now and the words Qin Yu had said before, he also knew that the relationship between the two sides wasn't as friendly as it seemed on the surface. But Qin Yu's strength absolutely wasn't limited to what he saw. As someone who carried a great destiny and shouldered the great cause of unifying the dark abyss, how could he be weak? Calmly waiting for the situation to change and waiting for an opportunity to strike was indeed the best choice for the two of them. Chapter 11:15. Qin Yu, who Old Fox and He Tiangang considered to be unfathomably deep and also had a powerful hidden card in his hand, was now staring with wide eyes, struggling with his emotions. Across from him, Yunlan restored her female form on her own initiative. Her limpid eyes fell on his face. "Qin Yu, perhaps it's because our bloodlines are connected, or perhaps it's because you've saved me so many times, but I can't deny that I have a favorable impression of you. If you are willing to marry me, then even if I never imagined this day would come, I will still do my best to be a qualified wife. The entire bloodline of the old king will stand behind you and help you accomplish everything within the scope of our abilities." He had been confessed to, and it was by a princess with a noble status and an unimaginably beautiful appearance. Moreover, there was a strong promise attached to it. He looked at Yunlan in front of him. She was still dressed in men's clothes. Her back was loose and her hair hung down. But because of this, there was an indescribable attraction to her that caused Qin Yu's heart to beat faster and faster. A thought uncontrollably formed in his heart. If he agreed to her, all his problems would be easily solved. All he needed to pay was to unite with Yunlan in front of him. In this matter, no matter how he looked at it, he was the one who obtained the greatest advantage. Not only would he receive a free beauty, but he could also borrow the strength of the old king's bloodline to break through his current predicament. "Qin Yu," Yunlan whispered. Her face was flushed red and she gasped for breath, emitting a sweet fragrance. That's right, it was sweet. But in Qin Yu's eyes, this description wasn't enough. At this moment, Yunlan's aura was like a drug that he couldn't refuse. Qin Yu slowly looked up. His eyes began to turn blood red once more. As he looked at Yunlan's appearance, he pinched his thigh and barely managed to regain his sobriety. "Yunlan, restrain your aura. You and I are impossible. You will naturally understand this in the future." The air fell silent. Yunlan stood up and drew back. She looked at Qin Yu, a dim light in her eyes. "What do you want to say?" Although he knew that his decision wasn't wrong, looking at her current appearance, Qin Yu still subconsciously felt a trace of guilt. With Yunlan's status, for her to say those words just now must have summoned up all of her courage. It was inevitable that she would be sad after being rejected by Qin Yu. "But if I agree to your request, I'll be harming you. If you don't acknowledge your debt, you won't even have a place to cry when the time comes." He took a deep breath and suppressed his tumbling thoughts. He thought to himself several times, I'm doing this for her good, I'm doing this for her good. He slowly said, Cloud Mist, I've already confirmed the Patriarch's attitude. If I refuse the marriage, he absolutely won't let me off. So, I'm very grateful that you can think highly of me. If you really want to save me, then do as I suggest. Yunlan furrowed his brows and shook his head. I've said it before, the clan elder will never agree. Moreover, even if I agree to help you, how can you participate in the battle for the new king? I know that you have the bloodline of the nightmare race, but not all members of the nightmare race are qualified to fight for the throne. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. As long as she didn't blindly refuse him, that meant there was hope. As for the qualification restriction, it was only natural. He had already expected it. No matter what this restriction was, it was ultimately related to the demon race bloodline flowing in his body. The strength of the abyssal demon race was built upon their bloodline, so Qin Yu had absolute confidence in this. And the reason he possessed such great strength after entering the abyss was because he had seized the Nightmare King's bloodline from the myriad soul Tao. How could such a person not have the qualifications to compete for the throne? Of course, there was still a possibility. After all, he came from the flesh and blood world and wasn't a pure abyssal creature. Even if he seized the Nightmare King's bloodline, that didn't mean everything would go smoothly. But if he didn't try, who knew what the result would be? Cloud Mist, I admit that what you said is correct. But, since my bloodline can attract you, it shouldn't be too bad. You won't object to this, right? So, I still have a chance. Qin Yu glanced at her and said in a low voice, Moreover, I am willing to vow to the will of the abyss that if the old king's bloodline supports me in competing for the throne, once I complete my wish, I will pass the throne to the person of the old king's bloodline. Yunlan's complexion changed. An oath to the will of the abyss had a tremendous binding force on all abyssal creatures. The stronger one was, the more clearly they could sense it. Once they violated it, they would have to withstand the punishment of the will of the abyss. No one dared to violate an oath to the will of the abyss. Since Qin Yu had such an attitude, he might be able to move the tribal elder. Yunlan's eyes flashed and a thought appeared in her mind. She pursed her lips, not saying a word. Objection wasn't objection, agreement wasn't agreement. In Qin Yu's eyes, this silence clearly contained some other meaning. He furrowed his eyebrows. He looked at Yunlan not too far away and bitterly smiled inwardly. It seemed this woman really had taken a liking to him. No matter, he had to calm her down first. At worst, he would just have to eat his words. In any case, if things didn't go smoothly, there was a high chance he would fall out with the old king's bloodline. It didn't matter if he hated them a bit more or less. With this thought in mind, Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He shook his head and said, Fine, I will promise you one more thing. If it is finally proven that I have no way to participate in the struggle for the throne, then I will agree to tribal elders' request. Yunlan's eyes brightened. She looked up at Qin Yu. Are you serious? This straightforward and direct response left Qin Yu speechless. Indeed, his guess wasn't wrong. This woman had deliberately waited here for him to say these words. As the dignified nightmare princess, couldn't she be a bit more reserved? Although Qin Yu ridiculed her in his heart, he didn't want to complicate matters further. He nodded and said, Of course. Yunlan brightly smiled. Then it settled. She looked at Qin Yu, her eyes soft and gentle, as if she were looking at a piece of meat that had been cooked in her own pot. She was brimming with confidence. This look left Qin Yu feeling uncomfortable. He thought to himself, could it be that the requirements to compete for the throne were really that high? Otherwise, Yunlan wouldn't have revealed such an expression. But with things having come this far, even if he knew he had been tricked by Yunlan, he could only brace himself and accept it. Moreover, Qin Yu felt that it was still unknown what the final result would be. He would have to let this woman be happy for a while. You should have thought about it. The competition for the new king has strict requirements towards bloodline. Blue Tile Courtyard has a method to appraise it, but it will take time to prepare. Yun Lan thought for a moment. The patriarch must have run off to settle accounts with someone right now. But he won't be too patient. At most he will give you 1 or 2 days to consider it. Tomorrow I will do my best to prepare everything. Do you have any questions? Qin Yu waved his hand. Tomorrow. In fact, he didn't have any problems doing so right now. But, first, Yun Lan needed time to prepare, and second, he was currently in a severely wounded state. If he were to immediately climb up and jump around, wouldn't that mean that Yun Lan's intelligence needed to be recharged? But what he feared was, Yun Lan didn't linger. Rest well, don't worry, I won't play any tricks in this matter. Moreover, it's impossible for me to do anything. When the time comes, you will naturally understand. After speaking, she glanced at Qin Yu and turned to leave. This glance left Qin Yu a bit embarrassed, because this was indeed what he was thinking just now. This woman, she wasn't too stupid after all. The door closed. Qin Yu swept out with his divine sense. After determining that there was no one watching him, he smiled. Everything would have to wait until tomorrow. As long as he performed well enough, that sly old fox Yun Wuya shouldn't have any reason to refuse. After all, he had already agreed to pass the throne to the old king's bloodline. No matter how he looked at it, they wouldn't suffer a loss. Of course, all of this was built on a positive foundation. If Yun Wuya stubbornly insisted, humph, then he would have no choice but to fall out with him. Stick and carrot, one in each hand. Let's see how this old fellow chooses. Did he really think that he was a dish on the plate of the old king's bloodline that they could knead as they pleased? If it weren't for the fact that he had too many misgivings and didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus, would he really have summoned the demon dragon elder to understand him? Thinking of this, Qin Yu sighed. That woman Liao Shi, even though she had left, she still had a way to make him miss her. After all, if it weren't for her, the dignified demon dragon elder wouldn't have even looked at him. This was a debt of gratitude, and a debt of gratitude was often the hardest to repay. Qin Yu shook his head and suppressed these thoughts. He would think about Liao Shi's favor later. Right now, the most important thing was to show strength that the old king's bloodline valued. So, he was prepared to do everything he could tomorrow. People began to die in underground Crest City. There were many of them and a wide range was involved. The City Lord Mansion, the Ancient King, the new faction. There were even some unremarkable people that died in this storm. Although all of this was done in secret, there were far too many people that died. Moreover, some of them weren't ordinary people. Thus, in underground Crest City, regardless of their status or cultivation, everyone soon learned of this matter. They also understood that the revenge of the old king's bloodline had finally arrived. No one dared to underestimate a powerful family that had once given birth to a nightmare king. But this time, the actions of the old king's bloodline had deeply grasped the essence of fast, accurate, and ruthless. The terrifying strength they revealed left everyone's hearts shaking. Everyone was silent. Those that were killed were naturally killed for a reason that deserved to die. The old king's bloodline hadn't broken through their bottom line, and they didn't want to jump out and become the target of the old king's bloodline. Thus, maintaining their silence was the best choice. Thus, the people of underground Crest City that was shrouded in a blood-red hue was in a state of silence. Yun Lan didn't interfere in these matters. But when Yun Wuya returned to the Blue Tile Courtyard, and she went to greet him, she could see a deep weariness on his face. Even someone as powerful as the patriarch found it difficult to deal with these matters. It could even be said that he was withstanding an unimaginable pressure. The slightest mistake could incite a war between giants. This caused Yun Lan to feel a bit guilty. At this time, she wasn't able to stand by the patriarch's side. Instead, she had to propose something that would make things difficult for him. Hesitation rose in her heart. Yun Lan couldn't bring herself to say the words that were at the tip of her tongue. Yun Wuya drank some tea and leaned back in his chair. He let out a long breath and smiled. Our fearless Miss Yunlan even dared to stop me from killing people. What's wrong with you now? What's the matter? Yunlan felt increasingly guilty. But she had already promised Qin Yu. If she went back on her word, he would definitely be dissatisfied. She took a deep breath and bowed. Patriarch, there is indeed something I must tell you. It involves Qin Yu and it is a bit presumptuous. Please listen to me first and don't be too angry. That's right, Yunlan had to explain Qin Yu's proposal to Yunwei. In truth, she hadn't planned to hide anything from him from the very start. As the patriarch of the old king's bloodline, Yunwei had racked his brains for the entire family. He had the qualifications to know anything that involved the future of the family. Even if this was only an attempt with an extremely low probability of success, Yunwei frowned. What does this boy want to do? Tell him to stop playing tricks with me, otherwise I will slap him to death with a single palm. Yunlan bitterly smiled. She hadn't even said anything and the patriarch seemed to be angry. Whatever, she would have to let the patriarch make the decision. She didn't delay any further. She repeated the proposal that Qin Yu had spoken to her at the City Lord Mansion's banquet, concealing nothing. As she thought, when Yunwei heard that Qin Yu hoped that the old king's bloodline would support him in his struggle for the throne, he laughed in anger. However, this sly old fox wasn't stupid. Although he was angry, he didn't lose his reasoning. Afterwards, although his complexion wasn't too good, he still managed to compose himself. He leaned back in his chair and fell into deep thought. Yunlan looked at his complexion and said, Patriarch, the situation is like this. Although I don't know why Qin Yu insists on not marrying with me, I can sense that he is resolutely opposed to this. If you force him, there will definitely be a problem. A problem? Yunwei sneered again and again. What problem can there be? Do you think this boy can escape from my grasp? If he dares to argue with me, I will immediately teach him why flowers are red. Yunlan said, Of course. Patriarch, if you personally take action, you can easily suppress Qin Yu. How could he dare to be insolent in front of you? That is why he told me this first. Humph. It is still my daughter who understands reason. Qin Yu does have some tricks up his sleeve, but in front of me, they aren't worth mentioning at all. Yunwei's complexion became much better. He rapped a hand on the table and said, I understand what you mean. You are afraid that this boy will act rashly and cause a ruckus beyond repair. Hee. Doesn't he want to try? Then let him be tested. Once this boy gives up, he will naturally be obedient. Otherwise, he glanced at Yunlan. At that time, if this boy dares to go back on his word, you cannot stop me from doing anything. Yunlan had a light expression and his tone was soft. Of course. What I hate the most is others deceiving me. If Qin Yu still doesn't agree, then Patriarch can punish him however he wants. I will not interfere. Yunwei coldly sneered. Then go and prepare. I also want to see just how much weight this boy has that he dares to make such a request. Yunlan respectfully bowed and left. In his room, Qin Yu was resting with his eyes closed. Suddenly, a trace of fear rose in his heart. He opened his eyes and muttered, Who is talking about me again? Chapter 11:16. Within the nightmare race, the ancient king's bloodline was the most powerful. This was a publicly acknowledged fact. Therefore, when it was confirmed that the previous king had completely disappeared, the ancient king's bloodline rose in status and became the most favored faction. Under such circumstances, giving face to the ancient king's bloodline, and even secretly providing them with assistance, was a safe investment. They did not need to be able to obtain as many benefits as possible after the ancient king regained the throne. It was best if they could maintain their current status. After the new king ascended the throne, the nightmare race was bound to undergo a major reshuffle. Everyone knew this. Maintaining their status was already very rare. No one knew how many people within the nightmare race had provided convenience to the ancient king's bloodline. But there was no doubt that this would be a very powerful force, so powerful that even the former king's bloodline's strength, and that they were in Irving City, would still be repeatedly schemed against. That was why there had been the assassination in the 9 Underworld Tower, the incident at the City Lord's banquet, and the interception by a domain realm expert. That's right, attacking Yunlan and trying to beat the former king's bloodline into a quagmire was the ancient king's doing. Strictly speaking, this was not a secret within the nightmare race. It was just that there was no evidence. Of course, this kind of thing did not need evidence. It was up to one's own judgment. Everyone knew who had acted, but the former king's bloodline was weak, and they did not have a weakness, so they could only endure. That's right, the former king's bloodline was enduring, even though Yun Wuya had flipped out at the clan elders' meeting and cursed them for being old and undying. Then, he had gone on a killing spree and killed many people. But compared to the ancient king's bloodline, the former king's bloodline's counterattack was not even worth mentioning. It had to be known that if anything happened to Yunlan, the former king's bloodline would be completely destroyed. It was clear at a glance which was more important. But this did not mean that the ancient king's bloodline had the people's hearts in their hands and could do whatever they wanted. They could do it once, twice, or thrice, but they had failed to take down Yunlan and deal a heavy blow to the former king's bloodline 3 times in a row. This in itself was a significant blow to the ancient king's bloodline. People could not help but think that perhaps they had overestimated the ancient king's bloodline's strength. Or perhaps the old king's bloodline was blessed with luck. That's right, he was just lucky. Apart from this, they couldn't figure out how Yunlan was able to avoid the killing blow 3 times in a row. But regardless of whether they could understand it or not, they had to be cautious. Wasn't it too risky to blindly bet on the bloodline of the ancient king? No one expressed their opinion, but the atmosphere in the silent dark hill city began to quietly change. The 7 Kill clan elder's face was livid. He slammed the back of his chair, causing it to instantly shatter. He gritted his teeth and roared, "Bastard! Do these people dare to betray the bloodline of the ancient king?" His aura abruptly erupted, and a tyrannical aura swept out. The hearts of many demons in the hall shivered, and they hurriedly lowered their heads. Marquis Qianjun looked at him calmly and said, "Don't be angry, Elder Qisha. You and I have failed 3 times, so it is expected that their attitude will change." The 7 Kill clan elder coldly sneered. What a bunch of fence-sitters. They want to protect their own interests after the ancient king's bloodline gains power, but they are unwilling to contribute. How can there be such a good thing in this world? As he spoke, his eyes swept across the people in the hall. You are all trusted aides of the old king's bloodline, so you are different from those people. If I learn that any of you dare to betray me, I will not forgive you. Clan elder, don't worry, we would never dare. We swear our loyalty to the ancient king. Anyone who dares to betray us will be torn to pieces. The demons in the hall all stood up, their expressions filled with righteous indignation and loyalty. Marquis Qianjun saw all of this and smiled inwardly. This was only on the surface. It didn't mean anything at all. Of course, it wasn't to say that they had any thoughts of betrayal, because the ancient king's bloodline still held the absolute advantage. But if the situation was reversed, the speed at which these people in the hall changed their attitudes would be faster and more resolute than they were now. This was because the deeper the entanglement of interests, the more one needed to take a clearer stance in order to protect themselves. This was a simple truth. You are all the most loyal subordinates of the ancient king's bloodline. The 7 Kill clan elder has no intention of doubting you, this is just a reminder. The nightmare beast hunt will begin soon. Go according to the original plan. As for the old king's bloodline, we will temporarily put this matter aside. It won't be too late to settle the score with them after we take the throne. The 7 Kill clan elder frowned but didn't say anything. The people in the hall respectfully bowed and left. Once these people left, the 7 Kill clan elder said in a low voice, Marquis Qianjun, are we really going to let this go? We have already obtained crucial information. If we can verify it, the old king's bloodline will collapse and the new king's throne will be in our hands. Marquis Qianjun sighed. How can I accept this? But with the current situation, the ancient king's bloodline's actions have already caused dissatisfaction in the Council of Elders. Continuing to act is not a good choice. Seeing the 7 Kill clan elders' unwilling expression, he said, going too far is as bad as not going far enough. Elder 7 Kill should know that stopping now doesn't mean we won't. After all, in the process of becoming king, all sorts of accidents can happen. Who? The 7 Kill clan elder let out a breath. Good, consider them lucky. When the battle for the throne begins, we will settle the score. That old bastard Yun Wuya had killed many people and several important people under him had died. But at this time, in order to appease the dissatisfaction of the Council of Elders, he couldn't act rashly. He was already furious. Once the ancient king's bloodline took back the throne, he would let this old thing know how stupid it was to be his enemy. Marquis Qianjun stood up and left. Without any movement, his figure flickered and disappeared. Watching him leave, the 7 Kill clan elders' eyes flickered with uncertainty. Not only was Marquis Qianjun a powerful person, but he also had an incomparably powerful force behind him. Although he had a close relationship with the ancient king's bloodline, he always gave the 7 Kill clan elder a feeling of uncertainty and unpredictability. This person's thoughts might not be so simple. I must keep a close eye on this person. If anything goes wrong, I will immediately report to the clan elder. Other than the Azure Tile courtyard in Erfeng City, the ancient king's bloodline also had their own temporary residence called East Willow. After Marquis Qianjun left the East Flow courtyard and boarded the carriage, he looked back with a trace of mockery in his eyes. The 7 Kill clan elder seemed rash, but he was actually quite smart. He actually suspected Marquis Qianjun. But without evidence, so what if he was from the ancient king's bloodline? His position as Marquis Qianjun was recognized by the Abyss. Even the King of Nightmares couldn't touch him. Let's go. The carriage quietly moved forward. Marquis Qianjun slowly closed his eyes and his aura gradually calmed down. At this moment, the gems embedded in the walls of the carriage lit up one by one and shone down, enveloping his figure. Under the light, his aura was isolated and the outside world could no longer sense him. Swish! Marquis Qianjun suddenly opened his eyes and pointed at his forehead. In the next moment, the figure stepped out of his body and disappeared in the blink of an eye. The city lord's residence. Blue Ocean's eyes flashed. He waved his hand to interrupt Cheng Hai's report. I have something to deal with. Go guard the study and don't let anyone disturb me. Cheng Hai respectfully complied, turned around, pushed open the door and left. When the study door closed, the space in front of Blue Ocean flickered and a phantom appeared. Marquis Qianjun? He frowned, his face dark. Why have you come to the city lord's residence in this situation? If someone notices, both you and I will be in big trouble. Marquis Qianjun's phantom smiled. Since this marquis dared to come, I'm naturally not afraid of being discovered. Does the city lord think that this marquis would act rashly? Humph! Blue Ocean coldly snorted. He didn't say anything more. What business do you have here? Marquis Qianjun lightly said. I came to tell the city lord that the ancient king's bloodline won't be making any more moves and will instead focus on preparing for the nightmare beast hunt. After all, this concerns the new king's throne and is of utmost importance. Blue Ocean was expressionless. I'm not interested in this. Marquis Qianjun said, perhaps this marquis is being meddlesome, but does the city lord really not want to know who will be following His Highness Qinghuan into the nightmare beast domain? He lifted a hand and took out a jade slip. The list of names is inside. Unfortunately, the city lord's arrangements aren't included. After speaking, Marquis Qianjun's phantom revealed a faint smile. He turned and vanished from sight. Looking at the jade slip on the table, Blue Ocean remained expressionless. But there were subtle changes in his expression, indicating that he didn't truly care. The struggle for the new Nightmare King. The old king, the ancient king, and the new faction's 3 big shots had all gathered at Dark Peak City. But this didn't mean that they were the only ones interested in the throne. In truth, there were many people who were interested. It was just that most of them didn't dare to reveal it, or perhaps, they were still hiding underwater, waiting for a suitable opportunity. But Blue Ocean took the jade slip. When Yunlan pushed open the door and entered, Qin Yu was already prepared. Of course, he didn't appear to be 100 times more energetic than before. His complexion was still a bit pale. But this recovery speed left Yunlan surprised. She swept her eyes over him several times, hesitating as if she wanted to say something. It seemed that this woman also suspected that Qin Yu's realistic performance yesterday had been deliberately shown to her. Cough. Qin Yu didn't give her time to think. He stood up and said, "In order to prepare for today's test, I used some secret techniques to rapidly recover from my injuries." As he thought, Yunlan's attention was immediately diverted. "Secret techniques? Are you all right?" She naturally knew of methods that could accelerate the recovery of injuries in a short period of time. Among them, the more powerful ones could even allow a demon to directly restore themselves to their peak state or even stronger. But without a doubt, this sort of perfect state could only be maintained for a period of time, and one had to pay an extremely heavy price to do so. Qin Yu shook his head. "I'm fine. It's just that I'll be weak for a little longer. Let's not delay any further and leave now." Yunlan thought that he was worried that the secret technique couldn't be maintained for too long. She nodded and didn't say anything more. "Follow me."